Welcome back to the party, everybody. This is Morty, and I am your host, Lutch, aka the Indian Jesus. How's everybody doing tonight? Let's hit that. Oh, what? Struggle streaming hard. Let's try that again. All right, welcome back to the party, everybody. This is Morty, and I am your host, Lutch, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Everybody hit that like and subscribe, and now let's party. Big shout out to the replay gang. Thank you so much for coming back to watch this, even though you missed the live party, guys. That is the best part. So make sure you are here every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern, and sometimes whatever I feel like it. So hit that subscribe, ring the bell, and you will never, ever miss an Indian Jesus live party ever again. Let's also say thank you to my6shirt.com, the only place to get your very own The Indian Jesus official merch. Only at my6shirt.com. All right. Happy Thanksgiving Eve, guys. I don't know. I'm pretty sure this is like this is everywhere, not just a Jersey thing. But Thanksgiving Eve is the biggest party night of the year. And indeed, we will be partying. And don't forget, we have new treats for Morty that every single donation comes with a treat for him, duck recipe this time. So we have the running poll. I told you guys to pick a channel, Peter Boghossian or It's Complicated. What we're going to do is just, kind of go through what I'm grateful for. And as the title says, I'm grateful for all of this. I'm grateful for all of you. So a lot of this, we have a number of videos that we're going to go through that are going to reminisce kind of just stuff that we used to do all the time that maybe we haven't gotten a chance to do. And let's just get drunk. Let's just have fun. Shout out to JL in the building. Welcome to the party. Yes, happy American Turkey Day Eve to you as well. So we have 2 votes on the poll saying it's complicated. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to jump into some of you who may remember when I used to, instead of just do the stream clips, I would do standalone reaction videos every day instead of the stream clips. And these were really popular. But obviously, as far as a stream, it's not enough to do a whole thing. So we got a bunch of different stuff here, but I figured I'll let you guys pick. And the poll says it's complicated, and that makes it pretty simple. Shout out to Zippy the Strange. Welcome to the party. Working on a Turkey Day themed video. Word up. Definitely send me the link to that. All right. So, if you're not familiar, hey, shout out to Captain Gooby. Welcome. If you're not familiar with It's Complicated, it's just a guy who, you might say that he was part of the Red Pill community, but it's, very far outside of that. It's just a guy, lives in Vegas, goes around and asks, it's man on the street type interviews about relationships, dating, sex, all that kind of stuff. And it's a lot of fun. So without further ado, as always, if you cannot hear the video, please do let me know.
Why do so many women today say they don't need a man?
Oh, because too fast. All right.
Men don't want to take care of women anymore, so we've become more independent.
Are men becoming obsolete?
What's obsolete mean?
Outdated, no longer useful.
Of course not.
I mean, they're still useful for certain things.
Okay, fair.
What are men still useful for?
Like reaching the top shelf and stuff.
I feel like
not like making sure you don't die, making sure you can have a family, just reaching stuff on the top shelf. All right.
Echelon of men is becoming obsolete. Not all of them.
Why would we ever entertain the thought that men could become obsolete?
Well, before he moves on from that, I'm not sure that I disagree with her there. What did she say?
Reaching the top shelf and stuff.
I feel like echelon of men is becoming obsolete. Not all of them.
There absolutely is. I don't know if obsolete is the right word, but there's definitely an echelon, a group of men who are, not pulling their weight. So I'm not saying that's connected to men being obsolete, but she makes a good point. Hey, shout out to David. Welcome to the party. Shout at me. Said only short men are obsolete. Clearly. Welcome to the party, brother.
Why would we ever entertain the thought that men could become obsolete?
Back to your first question, women wanting to be headstrong. They have this idea made up that because I don't need a man, that's what makes me headstrong.
What does that say about how men are defined?
I just feel like they need to do better.
I don't know.
That was not the question.
They should have jobs, be providers, and not sitting on their butts being bums.
Because I'm sure you're out in the gym every day, right, sweetie? Never leaves the gym. Okay.
Can women ever become obsolete?
No, y'all need us.
What about the introduction of artificial wombs and sex bots?
Shout out to Zippy the Strange, an early comment of the night, calling out David for being a woman caring about height. Oh my God. Oh my God. This is what we are here for. Welcome to the party, Zippy the Strange. I know you're here already, but I'm saying welcome to the party. Hey, and we got Guam Tech in the building. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Come on. Hey, welcome to the party. And we also got M169. Welcome to the Thanksgiving Eve Bash. Welcome. So if you're just joining, we got a bunch of stuff that we're going to go through. I'll put up some more polls and we're going to decide together. What are we watching? Right now, we're just doing It's Complicated, some man on the street interviews about relationships and dating.
Ooh.
So actually, yeah, let's back that one. That was a good point here.
Can women ever become obsolete?
No, y'all need us.
What about the introduction of artificial wombs and sex bots?
Ooh. We ain't got no time for that question.
Yeah, exactly. You can't have artificial semen, but every other part of the reproduction process has been recreated. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. I haven't, I'm not up to date on the latest reproduction research, but as far as I understand, the semen is the only part of the only part of the equation that they have not been able to figure out with science. Zippy said some of these people ask the question. They ask questions too. All hurt my brain cells. Fair enough. They said ain't nobody got time for that. Yeah, she didn't want to answer that.
I don't know. I hear they're like making babies with like bone marrow or something now.
Can women ever become obsolete?
No.
What about the introduction of artificial wombs and sex bots?
I don't know what that is.
I feel like
She doesn't know much of anything.
there's a lot of like more feminist agenda kind of being pushed to where it's like this like process, like this thought process of like, oh, you don't need a man, like I'm independent. But I'm a very big firm believer in that like feminine and masculine energy exists. And as a heterosexual woman, I feel like I need like a man's man for a lot of different reasons to be put into my feminine era.
Does the fact that women no longer need men mean that the main reason women were with men was because they had to be?
I guess, yeah.
True.
Wouldn't that prove that men were often seen as a utility to be used?
Yep.
I guess.
How is that different than men objectifying women?
It's not just a different type of objectification.
Double standards. Quantex said, "Behold my godly splooge." I love it. So, guys, I did just drop the link. We are doing a much less structured show. So, if you want to come up and hang out, if you got some videos that that you're like, oh, this would be great. Let's just fly by the seat of our pants.
If women were historically with men because they chose to, wouldn't that prove that feminism taught women to hate men?
Yes.
It really did, but then there was a time in our lives when men always just thought they were superior to women as well.
Does a woman have to rely on a man in order to treat him right?
No, not at all.
True. So M169 said, the bone marrow is used to recreate both egg and sperm. So I was wrong there. Okay, so I guess we don't need anybody. I guess we are all superfluous. We're all superfluous.
I think there's like a strange line where that, yes, I agree with that.
I think there was a point in time where women needed men because, I mean, a lot of women like back in the day were mothers. They were like stay-at-home mothers.
They're still mothers. I'm sure not a lot of them are in her circle, but there are mothers.
Care of the house. Whereas like now in today's society, it's like you kind of both have to work because of like how wages are and how like the cost of living is.
Unless you're top G.
How is that different than men objectifying women?
Because they put themselves in that position, and women don't ask to be objectified. It's something that we deal with every day.
You don't ask to be objectified? You don't ask to be objectified? Sweetie, are you sure that you want to say that? You don't ask to be objectified. So what is Instagram? What is OF? What is any of that stuff? Let's be honest. Let's be honest. David said, just clone me. Peak evolution. He said 6'1". All right, there you go. 6'1" white man is the epitome of evolution, according to David. That if you are a 6'1" white man, according to David, that's peak evolution. I don't know. I had heard that white supremacy was bubbling up, but god damn, I didn't think we had it here. Just kidding. So we said the world can't handle one of me. We can handle one. Just no more. I must suggest, oh, that's a lie. Women do it all the time. Bingo. Of course they do. Of course.
We do not ask for.
If women were historically with men because they chose to, wouldn't that prove that feminism taught women to hate men?
It depends on how you're thinking about it.
Does a woman have to rely on a man in order to treat him right?
No.
Why is there a growing market for sex bots?
I don't even know what a sex bot is.
That's 3 things in 3 sentences where she didn't know. She didn't know what obsolete. She didn't know what obsolete meant. She didn't know what was the other. She didn't know what obsolete. No, that's the first thing. That's what I just said. I don't know, but whatever it was, the third thing.
Sex robot, like an artificial AI girlfriend, like artificial intelligence girlfriend.
Because people are too complicated.
I think because
Hey, she said the name of the channel. It's complicated.
there's a lot of men out there who are tired of like doing the bare minimum for women, so they feel like it would almost be easier to just buy a sex bot and not have to deal with any of like the bullshit that kind of comes with women.
I'm not there yet. I'm certainly not there yet. I'm just saying.
Because they rather be on the video game or they rather be in like a VR with a virtual girl. You'd rather be on your video game while you got a live woman sitting next to you.
Stop.
Well, is that live woman you or her? Then yes, VR, please.
Indulgent in the internet and find somebody, they'd get laid.
Why are there virtually
False.
no male sex bots?
Because women can pretty much
Dildos.
get any guy they want on the street.
You just said, why do women need men? So why would we make any mailbox? Oh, wait, we might need them to like build our houses and stuff like that. That's about it.
Why are
The disrespect, the level of disrespect that it's not just that these people think this, it's the fact that they are harboring these thoughts and it's only just bubbling to the surface. And as an afterthought, building civilization, that's an afterthought. AI is fine too. Yep. Live women are insane, so AI wins. Now, I would much prefer a real IRL flesh and blood woman. Let's not make any bones about that. I'm just saying, it's making more and more and more sense.
are men more likely to buy an entire sex doll, while women are more likely to buy just a dildo?
Well, that's because
That's a good question. Because I mean, they have like the fleshlight thingy. I'm not gonna lie to you. I've definitely wanted to know what that was like, but I just could not bring myself to put my information on one of those sites. But that's a good question. I would think that it has to do something with I don't know. Maybe because I was gonna say maybe it has something to do with the fact that men want more of the experience, which then I'm like, okay, that doesn't sound true. But then I'm thinking, okay, maybe women are better at creating the scenario with just the physical piece, whereas men need a more visual to be part of it. I don't know. That's a tough one. What do you guys think? Shout out to Rhett in Action. Welcome to the party, brother. Good to see you. Zippy says, sure, but women insane, and then again, so is Zippy. Aren't we all? ML29 says, I guess I'm just too old-fashioned. It's hard to take the disrespect these folks are displaying. Yep, this is, like I said, this is something that they have tons and tons of these videos. I used to do at least 1 or 2 of these a week, and it's all this. Guamtag said, I mean, a live woman with a mute button wouldn't hurt.
Of course.
That's the one.
An entire sex doll, while women are more likely to buy just a dildo.
well, that's because as guys, I guess we want the whole experience instead of just a portion.
How would the evolution of sex bots affect dating?
I feel like Men wouldn't probably like try to date women as much.
Honestly, I don't know. I feel like the more real they come, then the idea of women becoming obsolete to men would be more
I mean, I
prevalent.
don't necessarily have $90 to throw away right at this moment. But if you guys want a super chat, fleshlights, let's go. Mechanized fleshlights. Jesus Christ. Okay. David says, I, for one, welcome our AI overlords. You're going to be the first one. You're going to be the first one that they take down. You can be like, oh, yeah, whatever you say. Oh, I should do this. And then, your GPS has you flying off a cliff or something. I don't know. I don't know what that means, right? But all right, let's back this up 1 sec.
I don't know. I feel like the more real they come, then the idea of women becoming obsolete to men would be more prevalent.
Why are the majority of sex toys made for women?
Because some men just can't do it, and they don't want to talk about it.
Oh my God. So
Becky, look at her butt. No? Some of you, I know you guys know that one. I think David is serious about it. I don't know. David, are you serious?
many dildos.
Wait a minute. What?
Women.
Because some men just can't do it, and they don't want to talk about it.
Oh my God. So many dildos.
Okay, I guess she's got a lot of dildos. So you can say keep the $30 to $50 on a hole fleshlights. They only, come on, brother, come on. I mean, are you jerking off right now? Like, come on.
Can vibrators make men obsolete?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Can vibrators make men
You're gonna
obsolete?
say no? I mean, come on.
They could give them a run for their money.
Okay, fair.
I don't care if you would do and you think you're packing. A woman don't need you, bro. Women got shit to bust, bro. They got shit that's bigger than yours, and it'll turn around and got beads and shit in it, and it'll tickle their butt at the same time.
Okay. So if that's the case, then why are they still having sex with us? Obviously, there's a difference between laying down the pipe and just getting the blah, 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 blah. Not the same thing. And so I don't think it's guaranteed to be a great thing for humanity, but recognize it as an inevitability. Fair enough. And kind of get on their good side. Well, at least I'll take some of that goodwill that you have. And no, I mean, it's not like I don't very much appreciate where we are with AI. A lot of the stuff I do for YouTube has to do with AI, and I like the idea that society can be very much streamlined. And that would, call me a socialist, but moving in the future, automation and AI is definitely going to cut down on the labor required for society to continue. And so I'm not saying tomorrow, but I'm saying with AI and automation, all that stuff, I could definitely see a UBI situation, universal basic income, being standard, being a good thing. Just not yet. We ain't there yet. Red said, one time I saw an image of a bunch of cats forming the words gay sex. AI is truly wonderful, isn't it? Where would we be without a bunch of cats forming the words gay sex? Exactly. M69, because the real thing is always better. Maybe not always, but by and large, is always going to be better. Glomnick said, now all they need is emotional support dildos, and men will really be obsolete. There you go. Exactly.
We can't do all of that at once, bro. So that they can get cocky even back then. Like, remember back in the day, the vibrators in the 70s, 60s was just a little thing, and it just did this. Now they got like 10
tentacles,
flavors and functions. And one thing will spin around, and they got something to throw water at you every 5 seconds. We can't do all of that, bro.
If you're okay, so Zippy was trying to say the $30 to $50 Japanese on a hole fleshlights are good enough. They only last 2 to 3 years, and some of the 100+ ones are disposable, good for a couple uses. The $1,000 hurts my brains. $1,000 for a hole to jizz in? Like, I'm sure you guys have heard of the paper towel thing and the latex glove. You know, if you haven't, look it up. You do not need to be spending that kind of money. And I'm not even saying I do that, but I've heard of it. I still got to get on to Sabaton. Join the Discord so you can remind me, brother. Join the Discord.
Boyfriend had an AI girlfriend. Would that be considered cheating or
Yes.
masturbation?
No.
Ooh, cheating or masturbation? AI girlfriend. What do you guys think?
Around and they got something that's
Had an AI girlfriend. Would that be considered cheating or
Yes.
masturbation?
So she jumped right at cheating. So she thinks it's cheating, but I don't know. I'm assuming. Well, I'm not assuming, but she might have see it in a different context of okay, well, it's bad. I don't like it, but maybe that's not actually cheating. But the she's like, yes. I don't know. So if you're in a relationship and you have an AI girlfriend, I think that's enough. That would be cheating. Because if I'm in a relationship, like if you're just fucking around with somebody, then hell no. Like but if you're in a, you're together, boyfriend, girlfriend, exclusive, then I think that's enough of, I don't know though, because it's not a real person. I don't know. It's tough. Anybody? Rhett's just like, what the fuck is going on? Hey, another Sabaton fan. But what do you guys think about the so AI girlfriend, cheating or masturbation if you are in a committed relationship? Oh, look how cute he is.
No. That would be cheating 100%.
Why?
Okay.
Because it's like another bitch.
But it isn't. A fleshlight would be like another chick, but it isn't. A dildo's like another dude, but it isn't.
But it's a robot. It's not a real person.
Yeah, but it's like he's emotionally connecting with a robot.
That would be
So yeah, it's Gromtech saying cheating for sure. And that last thing that she said, it's the emotional connection. The fact that whether it's real or not, this entity is taking away that emotional energy and sexual energy that should be going to your significant other, and it's now going into the AI. Okay, so I'm with Gromtech. Zippy just said she's jealous. All right, fair enough.
Robot. It's not a real person.
Yeah, but it's like he's emotionally connecting with a robot.
That would be masturbation.
So it actually has to be a real person.
Yeah, I think it would. For me, it would have to be a real person to be considered cheating.
What's the difference between him using a sex doll and you using a vibrator?
It's different. If it's like a whole
Oh, no, okay, sure. If you say it's different, okay. But that was the question. How is it different?
doll, like that's like if it's like trying to embody a person, like an entity, that's totally different. Like if you had like a vibrating cock ring or something, I wouldn't care. But like a AI girlfriend is crossing the line.
Okay, that's fair. And not everybody has to agree on that, but it's the explanation when you just feel things and you're not able to articulate them. That's where these problems occur. Shout out to Opus. Welcome to the party.
If you could engineer the perfect boyfriend, would you, and why?
Yes,
They're all gonna say yes.
because it's so hard to date in this world.
Do you think we might
I mean, it
see
is,
the
though.
end of organic relationships within our lifetime?
Yes.
Why?
I think
All the reasons that we just went over.
everyone just cheats nowadays. It's so easy for everyone to cheat.
That's icky. That's icky. I'm just curious. Again, this is a anonymous poll, but I'm just curious. Have you ever cheated in a relationship? Just curious. You never heard that before, M169? That's a common one. That Idiocracy is a documentary and a lot of people's favorites. And hey, it is good. Zibi said, so man should not have a hobby because men can be attached to their cars or guns and stuff. What? What are you talking? Did she just say that? I don't think she said that. I think she said everybody cheats.
I think everyone just cheats nowadays. It's so easy for everyone to cheat.
Yeah, what are you on, bro?
If you could engineer the perfect boyfriend, would you, and why?
No, and because it comes with too many other complications that I already have to deal with.
Do you think we might
wouldn't that be why you would want to have the AI?
Nowadays, it's so easy for everyone to cheat.
If you could engineer the perfect boyfriend, would you, and why?
Yeah, why would you engineer a perfect boyfriend that isn't perfect?
No, and because it comes with too many other complications that I already have to deal with.
But again, what complications are you talking about? Like the complications of just being in a relationship itself? Okay, maybe I could be with you there, but I don't know. David said at the end of organic relationships, that's a bit extreme. Unless the AI overlords destroy us all, which is exactly what David wants. No, I agree with you. I think that much like all technology, and especially what? You want to come up here? No? Then leave me alone. I'm trying to do a show for the people. Come over here. I'll go over there. There we go. My goodness. But just like with just like with every new sweeping technology, you're going to see society change, but there's still going to be holdouts. There's still going to be people who prefer, I'm just old fashioned. I don't want an AI girlfriend. I want the real thing. And that'll be, I think over time that will be more and more that people are into these things. But I think when it comes down to something as instinctual and not virile, but what's the word I'm looking? Visceral. Is it visceral? I don't know, but just something so innate to being humans. I'm a David. I don't think it's gonna be the end, bro. You're all over me. This dog. Yeah, Zippy does that. Zippy said AI girlfriend is just another thing. Yep. Lamsik said I really don't understand cheating. It's just our just FOMO, or are people just incapable of resisting their urges? Well, I am with the 75% of you who said you've never cheated. So I'm not sure, but I think it's a combination, and it's usually, I think, with the men, I think it is a little bit more of the opportunity. It's like, oh, well, it's here, so whatever. Whereas with women, I feel like, or maybe, I don't know. But here to help me, we have M169 in the building. Welcome to the party. How are you doing?
Doing pretty good. How about yourself?
Not too
Can you
bad.
hear me all right?
Yep, loud and clear.
Yep.
So what are you thinking of all this?
It's just so freaking weird.
I told you it was crazy out there.
It is. It's insane. I don't get it. I just don't. Like I said, I'm too old fashioned, I guess. I don't know. Just
yep. And
like,
hey,
wait a minute.
I'm the same way. So just like, what we're talking about with the end of organic relationships, and David's like, I think that's a little extreme. Even though everybody is doing this kind of dating, I'm not into that. And a lot of people, men, women, or otherwise, are also not into it. And so there's trends. And hopefully this isn't a lasting trend. It's just a fad. But definitely, things change. And so for those of you who are not familiar, a lot of the times, we have some women who are out of the dating market who are in the Discord, such as M169 here, and we have these conversations, and they're like, "Are you sure? Are women really like that? No way!" And we're like, "Yo, it really do be like that."
And honestly, I'm embarrassed on behalf of women when I hear crap like this. I really am. It's like, oh my God, what is wrong with you girls? What? Who hurt you?
Exactly.
I don't get it.
And to be fair, it like I said, when the girl, I think it was this girl, when she was saying that a certain portion of men are definitely obsolete. Well, I don't agree with the notion of obsolete. I definitely see what she's saying.
Well, I think too many on both sides are just kind of checked out. What I mean? That is the problem.
Well, it's kind of like a self-fulfilling thing. It's like, well, I'm willing to put the effort out there, and she's willing to put the effort out there, but the dude that she puts the effort towards and the girl that I put the efforts towards, they are, they're not into it. And now we have to go about our lives just assuming that is standard. And unfortunately, that's the way it has to be because it is relatively standard.
It's just a shame because
Yeah.
it shouldn't. Oh, it shouldn't
I
be
hear
that
ya.
way.
I hear you.
Just-
Context, the last time I cheated was in 6th grade and my girlfriend lived in another town. You don't have a girlfriend in another town. Come on, bro. We all been there. We all said, oh, she goes to a different school. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
You don't know him.
Relationships are a ton of work, but there is no replacement for human connection.
Bingo.
Exactly.
Facts.
Exactly.
Facts.
All right. So let's dive back in here where we.
Boyfriend, would you and why?
Oh, yeah.
No, and because
She's gonna make the perfect boyfriend that is not perfect.
it comes with too many other complications that I already have to deal with.
Do you think we might see the end of organic relationships within our lifetime?
It's a possibility.
If you had to choose, would you rather die a virgin or live a life of meaningless sex with no intimacy?
Ooh, that's
Ooh,
a question.
ouch.
I'm throwing it to you.
That's an
Would you-
ouch. Throwing it to me?
Yeah. So would you
Oh,
rather be a
God.
virgin and never have sex, or
Hmm.
live a life of meaningless sex with no
No.
intimacy?
No. Give me. I'll take the first option.
Why?
It's not worth it. It's just not worth it. I don't want to be someone's collection of useful holes.
Sure.
That's it. No.
But
I
at
can't
least,
imagine that.
so
No.
this is male brain speaking. In either of
Yeah,
these
okay.
situations, oh wait, I forgot. So in either of these situations,
Mhm.
I am not having intimate sex. But if
Mhm.
I'm a virgin, I'm not having any sex. At least if I'm living
Yeah.
a life of meaningless sex, either way, there's no intimacy. But at least I'm getting, unless
well-
he specifically said that. Go ahead.
I don't know.
It's a tough one.
I'm not sure exactly what he said. But, well, look,
So,
there's
If you had to
there's sexual. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
no, I just want to get it back. You got it.
There's sexual intimacy, right? Of course.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's interpersonal intimacy.
Mm-hmm.
So even though you're a virgin, doesn't mean that you can't have intimacy with somebody.
Okay, so that's
It's
the
just a
sticking
different
point.
kind.
Yeah, and you're right. So let's see if he specifies with the virgin that you
Yeah.
don't get that, because he specifically said no intimacy with the second one. So
Yeah.
lifetime possibility. If you had to choose,
Would you rather die a virgin or live a life of meaningless sex with no intimacy?
I think I would rather live a life of meaningless sex with no intimacy.
I would definitely.
Wow. So yeah, you picked up on that part, and so that changes it a lot for me. I
Mhm.
think that having been somebody who's been in a meaningful relationship and has had that
Mhm.
real, genuine intimacy, sex is awesome. But I mean, I don't want to go without any intimacy of any sort. That doesn't sound fun at all. Zippy says, can you be a virgin and churn through fake holes? Asking for a friend. He wants to be a wizard when he becomes 50. So that brings us back to the mechanized fleshlights. If you're getting intimacy, just not through sex, and you have a mechanized fleshlight, seems like a much better life than the alternative. Seems like a much better life.
Maybe.
Context of
Maybe.
people-
Who knows?
Could be. Context of people just don't seem to have the willingness to work for their relationships anymore. They already had high expectations, and then the internet age destroyed focus unless you're stimulated immediately.
Bingo.
Yeah.
Facts. Yep.
Who was it? Homath, who we had on the channel. He did a great. He made a great pair of drawings where you have you have a girl looking at her phone, and then there is like almost like a life meter, like in a video game, like how much like you have, but it's how much she likes the guy. So when she's looking at the phone, she's, she hasn't met him. She's just looking at, oh, he's cute. But she doesn't know anything about him. So she's creating this fantasy in her head. So that bar of happiness, let's call it, might be up at 90%, which of course is already unrealistic for anyone. And then they go and meet. And then maybe even if it comes down to 70%, which is still high, it's a disappointment compared to what she knows. And then there's a million other guys that she can create that 90% happiness fantasy with. And so it creates this cycle of oh, I like him, he's boring. Oh, I like him, he's boring, over and over and over and over again.
Yep.
Yep.
I think that's absolutely correct. It creates a false sense of expectations. Everybody's expectations are way up here, and reality is kind of down here. And that space between the two seems really big when it really isn't.
Yeah, well said. Well said. Zippy says, no intimacy either. It's just kind of easier to live without, but not everyone is wired for it, since humans are wired to herd. So, I mean, definitely there's people who will have, who don't necessarily need the same level of intimate connection, but certainly you do. Zippy, the fact that you show up here means that you're looking to connect with us. The same reason that I come here is to connect with you guys. So this is intimacy. It's obviously we're not fucking each other, but that's intimacy. That's intimacy.
It's connection.
Yeah, exactly. All right, where are we?
I think I would rather live a life of meaningless sex with no intimacy.
I would definitely die a virgin.
Okay, so now we have one of each.
Do you require an emotional connection in order to have sex?
Yes.
I do require an emotional connection to have sex.
Let's put it
She
this
just
way.
contradicted herself.
Well, exactly, right? Exactly. I didn't even catch that. But out of those two women, who do we think is more likely to require an emotional connection to have sex? And as M169 just pointed out, she said it right there with the previous question. I just want to yell into the void. Oba said, any creative types here ever notice that you are the most creative when you're going through heartbreak?
That's true.
Potentially.
That
Depends
could
on.
be.
Yeah, I mean, whenever your feelings are elevated,
Mhm.
and that's one of the situations where you're definitely going to have lots of feelings. But yeah, you
Ask the songwriter.
Exactly.
They will tell you that when they go through deep emotions, many of them are like borderline depressed, but that's when they churn out their greatest work.
Mm-hmm. So let's see what M169 caught that I
With
missed.
sex with no intimacy.
I would definitely
So she says she would rather have sex with no intimacy,
die a virgin.
and then right after.
Do you require an emotional connection in order to have sex?
Yes.
Okay. Then right after we come back to the same girl, same question. Do you require an emotional connection?
I do require an emotional connection to have sex.
So that can't. The math ain't mathin'. The math ain't mathin'.
Doesn't work.
You can't have a. So if I want to give her, if I want to be as charitable as I can, then I think she might be saying, as it stands, I do need an emotional connection in order to have sex. Which again, I'll leave that up to you. But the if she was forced to choose between those two, then she would want to have the sex, I guess. But yeah, it just doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
Context said the best art is always created through Heidegger, heightened emotions, and we're wired to pay attention to the negative emotions more. That's very true. Yeah, negative emotions feel a lot heavier, which sucks because that's why it's such a thing to be like on cloud nine, because it doesn't happen as easily as it does feeling like you're at the bottom of a ditch.
Yep.
All right, moving on.
If women typically require feelings in order to have sex, why do the majority of sex workers happen to be women?
Because they're just hoes. You can be a hoe and not have feelings. It's possible.
I think because there's a difference between sex workers and like emotional connection, because it's when you're a sex worker, it's more of a job and it's more seen as like, like going to a regular job would be, whereas it's not really seen as like sex and like intimate connection.
If women are more likely to require intimacy, why aren't they the ones making more effort to save organic relationships?
There you go. Is right.
I agree. I agree with that.
So we're agreeing. We're agreeing that a large portion of this, not all of it, but is in the hands of women. Women need to be the ones to break the chain. It's not saying that men aren't part of this process, but the first mover, if you will, has to be the women. It won't work any other way.
And it's historically, it's always been that way.
Mm-hmm.
It really has. Women, we are the choosers. We get to choose. And, like it or not, it's always been that way. It likely will, unless technology just completely outstrips us, it's going to stay that way for some time.
Yeah,
You
and I
know,
think
make a concerted
the
effort.
sad part is that women today realize that they are the choosers, but they don't necessarily realize the responsibility that comes with being the chooser. That you can't,
Oh,
yeah. Well,
definitely.
I was young and I was dumb and I didn't know. You chose. You
Mhm.
chose. And that's the, you know, the I didn't know any better. I was young. All that stuff that is used as a legitimate excuse when it's not.
Mhm.
So they try to take different approach to drive dark emotion creatively. Trivium, all of these yesterdays could be about killing off the worst parts of you or self-deletion. Yeah, definitely put that into creative works if you can.
Mhm. Yep.
All right, let's move on here.
I feel like women are just becoming fed up with men.
Y'all already, and when I say y'all, the world already asks too much of us.
Excuse me?
What?
We ask too much of women.
Oh,
Just exist, be nice, and be in shape. That's too much. But you got to be 6 feet tall. You got to make six figures. You got to be I mean, no comment necessary. It's just ridiculous.
What is a surrogate?
Somebody that has a baby for somebody else.
I read that scientists are developing an artificial womb to grow babies. If you had the option to become a mother without ever having to physically carry the child or go through the pain of childbirth, would you choose to do so?
Hell yeah.
Why?
Because childbirth was not fun. I tore from my cooch to my butt. I am not doing that again.
If women and men were reduced to egg and sperm donors, would that make women no longer special or the so-called creators of life?
I feel like it would definitely change things up a little bit.
Definitely. What do you feel about that? So the two questions: if you can have children without having to go through childbirth, and and the pregnancy itself, what do you think about that?
It's one thing if for whatever reason you can't,
Mm-hmm.
and you really want to be a mother or you really want to be a father. That's one thing.
Mm-hmm.
But I wouldn't have traded that for anything.
That's kind of what I thought. You know, yeah.
It's yeah, there is something so magical and so wonderful the first time you feel that baby move.
Yeah, that's what I was.
There's nothing like it. There's
Yeah, that's
nothing
what.
like it.
Yeah, I think that motherly instinct, like that's what helps it kick in, is that connection through the time. And so he's talking about men and women being reduced to sex stuff, sperm and eggs. But now even the child is being reduced to, this, that, or the other.
Yeah,
crazy.
Yeah.
I would say women pretending like they don't have just as much bullshit to deal with as men. Right. Shout out to Ruthless Admin in the building. Welcome to the party. Said I think the pendulum is swinging on women being the choosers. Feminism is driving a lot of men to nope out of dating entirely, myself included, i.e. MGTOW, men's rights, and other similar movements. I agree with you, but that's always going to be a portion of men. It's never going to be that most men are not trying to have sex. That's just not how humans work. The wrong shape. I think I could fill out a little bit, but I think I'm a decent shape. I don't know about you, but I'm just gonna fill out a little bit and we good. Let's see where we're here.
Or the so-called creators of life?
I feel like it would definitely change things up a little bit.
Why is society engineering men and women out of relationships?
I think it's like the men's fault, but the social media definitely has a big part in it.
There you go. Lack of accountability. It's the men. It's the men. You could say social media. You could say.
Honestly, it's a little bit of both.
Yeah.
There's definitely women with expectations that are way out of this world. They're not realistic. These women they've done lost their minds. There's some men who checked out a little too early, and all they're interested in is video games, and they don't want social interaction. Maybe they've heard no one too many times. I get that, but you can't point it at just one. There's a little bit on each side.
Yeah, I agree, and I think that just like what Ruthless Admin was just saying is that the pendulum is swinging, but even though the social landscape is different, it's never going to be that women choose who is in a relationship and men choose who have sex. That's just that's just not how it works. Interesting. All right. Where were we?
Men's fault, but the social media definitely has a big part in it.
Haven't we already engineered men out of relationships with sperm banks and government handouts?
Kind of.
That wasn't a
maybe,
joke,
in a way,
lady.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of the time. I mean, a lot of lesbians. I mean, they'll literally just go to a sperm bank just so they can have a donor, and instead of trying to find somebody out there like they used to back in the day.
I mean, I guess I don't necessarily see an issue with that. I don't think it's if you're in a lesbian gay couple and you want to have a child, I don't think one of you necessarily has to have sex with a man in order to do that. I think that's a little out there.
Yeah, I mean, that's a little out there. I mean, yeah.
People are people, I guess. And so that's males or females are at fault. It's more how fake society has become. Agreed.
That's
agreed.
a good point. A good point. Yep.
Yep.
What's the incentive for men to continue holding up society when they're being engineered out of relationships?
There is none. We just do it because everything would fall without us.
Zero.
Exactly.
I don't know how to answer that.
There's not. I mean, that's why most guys have a lower quality of life. They don't choose to be more anymore. A lot of them just want to just go home, get drunk, and party.
What are your thoughts on using DNA to engineer a designer baby?
I mean, it sounds like something I'll never be able to afford to do, but like if you could create a child that had no birth defects or delays and you could give your child the best start, why wouldn't you?
Isn't
that, I mean, that's a good question, but that really, while we still have children who are born who are not perfect, like how does that rub you? The idea of designer babies. Because I mean, you can't blame somebody for wanting a baby to not have any issues and having preferences as to what their child is.
Of course not. I wouldn't. You know, I mean, I don't blame anybody for that at all. You know,
but at the same time, it's like saying, like, well, I'm short, so you know, would I have like if I was
exactly.
My parents could see that. I mean, my parents are short too, so they wouldn't give it a shit. But if they saw that, oh, he's gonna have he's gonna have trouble when it comes to 6th grade and he stops growing for the rest of his life. Would I have been aborted? And is that the
That's
same?
a scary thought.
Yeah,
it's kind of the same thing. You know, you're weeding it out, and it's like, no, I don't know that I would want to know.
Yeah, I think it takes away from that ethereal, magical thing that you were talking about with actually going through the pregnancy. So even though
and
good,
and each person's uniqueness.
Yeah,
I mean. I don't know.
If we're all the same, is anybody perfect? Or is anybody good or bad or smart or dumb or anything? And then everybody's just going to be exactly the same.
Yeah. No.
Is that the reason why women choose high-value men with the best genes?
I don't know. I had 2 different baby dads, and I'm not with either of them.
Are you familiar with the Terminator movies? And if so, can you explain the premise?
Okay, so I've never seen the Terminator movies, so I can't really... No, remember this is in that window from the late 70s to the very early 90s, where you expect somebody who's 34 years old to know, because it was passed down from their parents, because my parents were immigrants. Then I just didn't get a lot of American culture until I started watching stuff on my own. So I'm gonna need you guys. To judge how she answers this question. Opus is saying next movie night. Hey guys, I am down. I am down. So we said not with either baby daddies. You have chosen poorly.
Either of them.
Are you familiar with the Terminator movies? And if so, can you explain the premise?
So wait, real quick. Just from what I know, I understand that it was some type of like robot, like I don't know if it was a cop or if it was a villain, but dude, and I think it was supposed to be maybe like a military weapon, and then it went awry, and then the other characters. I know that the grandfather paradox with the Sarah Connor. I don't know, but it goes back, and so I know that much. Let's see how far off.
How you do?
I can't.
Yeah, the Terminator has to travel back in time, stop a timeline of events.
What is it? Not Dragnet. I don't know. Shout out to CT223. Welcome to the party. Good to see you. Happy Thanksgiving Eve to you as well. The link is pinned at the top of the chat if you want to come hang out.
Creates the destruction of the world.
Is there a correlation between the plot of the Terminator movies and what's happening with women's empowerment?
No, not really. I don't think so. I think that has to do a lot more with I guess the doctors just kind of getting out of hand, creating more artificial intelligence versus just creating lab-born babies.
Aren't they both about nurturing something until it evolves itself against you and determines you obsolete?
Actually, yeah, that is correct.
Yep.
Yes, I could.
Okay, wait. So you got to break down what just happened. What did we just watch? What just happened?
Well, he pretty much, I mean,
so at first he was saying,
he
no, I
developed
don't
a lot
see
of the
it.
movie. Because the questioner is correct. The plot of that film is you're nurturing it along until it overtakes you. That's what happens in the films. AI takes over.
So
machines run everything. So they have it's a timeline paradox loop thing.
Right.
Where
so is the analogy that
the
men
father
would be
go back in time, he becomes the father. Yeah.
Okay, I guess I maybe it's just too far for me.
You'd
Maybe
have to
it's just
watch
too,
the film.
yeah,
You'd have to watch the
maybe this
movie.
is
Yeah.
Can you tell me the entire plot of the film? Go. I'm just kidding.
See that,
I
yes.
don't.
Aren't they both about nurturing something until it evolves itself against you and determines you obsolete?
Yes, yeah.
Didn't both creations enslave their masters?
Yeah.
Is that what's happening?
Yes.
I mean,
didn't both creations
Fair enough.
enslave their masters?
Yep, but I mean, most of us guys are enslaved already, so I mean, that's kind of normal.
That's the sorry, I forgot you're that. That's the point, brother. That is the point. All right, so that is the end of our first it's complicated video. So I think we should switch over. So we had you guys are very familiar, of course, with our boy Peter Boghossian, who was on the channel live with me. If you have not seen that, definitely go check that out. And he does his Street Epistemology videos, where they'll similar to the Jubilee videos. There'll be a prompt, and then he has different different lines on the ground. You start on neutral, and they'll say 3, 2, 1, go, and it go to slightly agree or disagree, strong agree or disagree, strongly agree or disagree, and then they talk about it. Well, this is a little bit of a special episode with just Dave Rubin and Peter Boghossian. So let's see what we got. And again, guys, we are doing, we're just chilling, hanging out. It's Thanksgiving Eve. We are partying. So if you want to come up, the link is joined. If you got a video that you want to go over, let me know. You can drop it in the Discord, and let's just have a good time. Dilly dilly. All right. Oh, wrong one.
In the asymmetry of all this, that's the fundamental difference, and it has been the fundamental difference. That's what we're doing.
Dave Rubin, it is a pleasure.
Pete, it is good to see you, my friend who no longer eats dairy.
Yes,
that's what we're mostly going to talk about today, I assume.
That's what we can do a spectrum street epistemology.
Strongly
dairy,
agree.
but,
Pete should not eat dairy because look at him. He lost 20 pounds.
Yeah, 15.
He does look thinner. So I mean, I don't know what that was for, but he does look thinner.
Just
You're on your way.
dairy. I know. So we've known each other a long time. We were friends, so this makes it easier. So we're gonna do some spectrum street epistemology. So we'll start off. But what country are we in?
What country are we in?
Yeah.
Well, we're in the city of London,
London, good
in
enough.
the country known as Great Britain.
Good enough. I always confuse, UK, Great
England.
Britain. I always
It's all very
it's
confusing.
very, the Wales,
You've also got
Scotland.
Holland, the Netherlands, and the Dutch. What's
Yeah,
going on there? It's a lot.
Yeah.
Do we not have any more?
Okay, so you know the rules. You got to
Yes.
commit to a line.
Okay.
And I can go on a mat too. I can play with you too.
Okay.
The United States is still worth living in. Move.
Okay, so we have our first prompt. The United States is still worth living in. And then, of course, down here we have the neutral lines, slightly agree or disagree, agree or strongly agree or disagree. So I'll throw it to you, M169. Where would you stand on this one? Which mat would you be on?
Strongly agree.
Strongly agree, as would I.
I mean, that you're giving me, we're starting easy. We're starting easy. I would even do something. Could we do something even more that way to even strongly
Okay,
agree?
why
I
do
can
you
even stand over here.
Why
and
do
it,
you
yeah.
strongly agree that the United States is still worth living in?
Well, I mean, there's a million reasons. First off, our foundational documents have all of the keys to the puzzle that we are, the doors that we're trying to unlock right now to save ourselves are all written in our foundational documents. We have the best defense of free speech. We have the best defense of individual rights. We have a federalist system.
Hold up. CT293 said fake country. What you mean fake country? I'm pretty sure I'm here.
Yeah, I live here.
Are you here?
I'm here. I'm here.
We're
I'm
here. All right. Okay. Just making sure. David says slightly agree. Okay. Makes sense. Fair enough. Where would you what is a country that you would prefer to live in? Oh, he's saying the UK. Okay. All right. We're good. But yeah,
not a country. It's not, the United Kingdom is not a country. It is a collection of countries.
Yeah, I think that one went
Semantics.
right for both of our heads, but that is fair enough. So yeah, I think we're all at least on the agree side. We're all at least on the agree side.
That allows you to move to places more in line with your values, which is really the jealousy of the world right now, like Florida.
And when did this come out? This was 2 days ago. So it is, this was well, I don't know when it was recorded. Did it say when it was recorded?
Yeah.
I don't. It probably wouldn't. But I would assume it was sometime after 10/7. And so the idea of free movement is not really something that we've talked about a lot. But with the Israeli and Hamas conflict kicking up again, free movement is kind of a big deal.
Yeah.
Kind of a big deal. David said, I probably prefer Sweden, Denmark, or Switzerland. Fair enough. I mean, you definitely, you get that. That's right where I was going. You could be arrested for calling somebody a naughty name in the UK.
Yeah.
Yep. Ovis said, I would live in Italy, 100%. Probably the only other place I would want to live. Why is that? I've been to Italy. Where did I go in Italy? I don't even remember. I was like 14. Where was it? It definitely wasn't Rome, but I don't know. Anyway, all right. So, what did he just say here? Yeah, like the freedom of movement.
We're in line with your values, which is really the jealousy
like
of the world right now, like Florida,
Yeah.
which is drastically different than California. I was going to say the communist state of California,
Yeah.
but yet we are still within the United States. Now, the question, of course, ultimately is what makes us united, and that's probably for
yeah, but David, not for anything that you say. That's the point. I think.
For a different show altogether. But the United States, not only because of our foundational documents, the spirit of Americans, that we are a revolutionary people by design. We don't like power by design. Our not only First Amendment, but our Second Amendment, to defend our First Amendment, we have all of the tools we need. And despite all of our problems and all of the things that have been exacerbated in the last, let's say, 2 years with our border and everything else, we still geographically are somewhat sane, where we don't have some of the Western European problems that we're clearly seeing here just in the few days here in London and what's happening in Paris and some of these other countries. Eastern Europe, by the way, is doing a much better job. But I tell you this, there is simply no place I would rather live than the United States of America, and very specifically Florida, which is why I'm always talking about Florida, because I want that blueprint, as DeSantis puts it. That's the blueprint to fix the country. The country is not going to fix the states. The states are going to fix the country.
I'd be interested to see what he has to say, because I mean, I don't follow Dave Rubin. I just kind of feel like he's very vanilla. I don't think there's, I don't dislike him, but I don't feel it's worth my time listening to him. So I'm not sure where he stands on the election. I would assume, based on just what he said, and every time I hear him talking, he talks about Florida and DeSantis. So I'd assume he's in the DeSantis camp.
Oh yeah,
but
pretty much, yeah.
I thought as much. Much.
Okay. What's the second best state to live in?
Ooh, second best state to live in. Okay, so if his first favorite state is Florida. I'm not like right now, but I'm looking to move to the Southwest. and I haven't done a lot of looking into it. Jersey is nice. I mean, I grew up in Jersey, born and bred. I got a special place in my heart, but I don't know if there's anything fantastic about specifically being here besides, of course, the pizza and the bagels. So I'd have to say probably I'd have to say probably either Arizona or Nevada, but that's very I would definitely need to look more into that. So what is your first and second best states if you could choose? Where would you live?
Ooh, for me, I mean, Ohio's always been home.
Okay.
But honestly, I would, if I could just pick everything up and move, I would probably move to Tennessee.
Tennessee.
And number one, I've got family there, so that's one aspect of it, and it's probably more closely aligned with my values. Some of the decisions and things that they've gone in. And I don't think I could live in a warm climate year round.
No,
I just couldn't do it.
I need it.
Yeah.
I hate the winter. Like I noticed.
I'm not a big fan of winter.
As soon as the weather gets warm enough that like I can't just go out to walk Morty and I have to actually bundle up. It's like, oh, now it's another thing that I have to plan into my day. It only takes an extra 3 minutes, but that extra 3 minutes 3 times a day is a lot. Thank you, David, for being the only one to answer. Sorry, go ahead.
I just don't like to drive in the mess. That's the thing. But colder weather and Christmas are so ingrained to me that it would feel completely alien to be in a warm climate at Christmas time. It wouldn't feel like it at all.
Yeah, I have a lot of family in Florida, and I spent a number of Christmases in Florida, and it's weird. It's just like you have that, even if there's no snow. In Jersey, I don't think we've had snow for the last 2 Christmases, but just the smell in the air, in the air.
Exactly.
David said best states to live in is difficult because each state has strong pros and cons. Love Oregon, but it's pretty rainy in the winter. Yeah, definitely not Oregon for me. Northern California is just about perfect besides how expensive. I lived in Arizona for a while. The year-round heat is great until you have 2 months of 115 degrees. I definitely get that. Yeah. But I will take 2 months of 115 of dry heat versus 2 months of below freezing, definitely. But sometimes below zero temperature. Like
Ohio and New Jersey aren't that different as far as our climate goes. We definitely get some seriously cold weather here.
And I mean it already gets up to 97, 98 here. So I mean, and it's humid as fuck here. So I don't know if I don't even know if 115 would be any worse than a 97 degree day here. Just saying.
You just have to experience it. Have to experience it.
And again, I've been to Phoenix in the summer. I mean, it was just like a layover. But I walked outside and I was like, oh, okay. I don't know what the temperature was. But Zuri says, I'm in Tennessee. Distant relatives in Candid, Ohio. Oh, okay, I was gonna give you the what button. Candid is the nuclear waste zone in Elden Ring. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Nobody else with a favorite state or second favorite state?
The country.
Okay. What's the second best state to live in?
The second best state probably depends more on what your feelings about weather is, but in terms of liberty and freedom and the things that
if somebody could say it before he does, then you get comment of the night so far. David says, I do hate winter. Denver isn't great, but I'll take it over Wyoming winters. I'm sure humid winters get pretty humid summers. Yeah, definitely. Humid summers are yikes. The dryness in the winter is what, like, I wake up, I'm like, because I live in a loft. Like, I don't know. Like, I used to be able to just close my bedroom door and just use like a humidifier, but now everything is open. So I don't know what to do, and I've kind of just not done anything besides put an extra water bottle next to my bed at night, wake up dying, and just figure it out. Bachelor life. Opus said West Virginia. There you go. There you go. Shout out to Tim Cast. Zippy is strange. Said Ohio is fine, by the way. It gets a bad rep, but the memes are fun. I'm familiar with the Ohio memes. I don't know.
I haven't really seen any that are just like,
Drop-
dragging on Ohio. I really haven't.
Drop some in the Discord, buddy. Drop some in the Discord. All right, let's see what he's gonna say.
I care about, Texas is sort of the most obvious answer, but they have a lot of problems because of the border stuff. So you don't really want to live in a border city. New Hampshire is pretty good. Then there's there's states that we don't talk about all the time. Like Montana is actually pretty great. South Dakota is pretty great. Some of the states that just kind of get that people unfortunately called flyover states are just sort of the ignored smaller states where they have, large rural areas where people really do live freely and respect the country and everything else.
Yeah, I would say, well, he said South Dakota, but I was thinking when I heard that, I'm typing, I thought he said, brain fart. What's the other north and south? Carolina. There we go.
Oh, Carolinas. Okay.
Yeah, the other one. Yeah, so I thought he said South Carolina, and South Carolina is definitely somewhere that I would, if I like, I don't think I would want to live there, but I would definitely maybe have like a summer home at like Myrtle Beach or something. I've been to Myrtle Beach. It's a lot of fun.
The beach is long. Yep.
David said Vermont is number 2. Vermont's nice, and again, but that's just it's a cold. All right, let's see what Zippy's got for us here. Ohio memes. Where am I? Hold on, let me get rid of this. Let's get rid of this. All right, what's going on in Ohio? Okay, don't get it.
Always is.
Ohio will be eliminated. Okay. It seems more like inside kind of jokes. I don't think like what you call it. What exit is a Jersey meme inside joke or whatever. I have one of my tattoos here. It says what exit, and that's because that's how people figure out okay, if I'm in South Jersey and you're in North Jersey, I don't really know the area, but the turnpike goes through the whole state. So we just say what exit, or if it's not the turnpike, it's the parkway. And I actually got to use it organically, not thinking about my tattoo, genuinely asking somebody where they live. I was like, what exit? And I was like, oh yeah, I got to use it. Oh man. Hey, we got MJ in the building. Welcome to the party. It's in Alaska. I actually have a friend who I grew up with in Jersey, and she moved to Alaska. She loves it. I mean, there's 7 feet of snow and negative temperatures for like half the year. So never in the fuck would I ever spend a single winter there. But as David's saying, it is I've actually she just sent me this picture of the Northern Lights. This was yesterday.
Beautiful.
Oh, this one doesn't.
Oh, that's gorgeous.
This is just from her phone.
Yeah, it's beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, but yeah, that 2-hour daylight. See, I'd be fine with that. It's when it or is that not Alaska? Maybe I'm thinking of like a Nordic country where they have 2 hours of daylight during the winter, but then like the sun doesn't go down at all in the summer. Is that Alaska?
No, that's Alaska. That's Alaska as well. Yeah.
That I couldn't do that. I need the darkness. I need my place is shrouded in darkness. There's one window that is right. It's just tall enough that I can't reach the thing from the stairs. But every other window, like there's a sheet behind the Venetians there.
Yeah.
There's thick stuff. Yeah. I hate light. No.
Yeah. I can't sleep with too much sunlight coming in on me.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I could. But
even still, I need my eye mask. Excuse me. MJ said depends on where you are in Alaska. The coast isn't bad, that bad. And the nights at Christmas are magical. Yeah. I don't know if you just saw that, but and she'll send me these, pretty regularly. And like this isn't, you come on. Like this is just from her phone, just sitting inside. Like that's just her house. This didn't go anywhere. She didn't pay anything. She didn't, it's not AI or anything, David said, my girlfriend went to school in Fairbanks. Truly beautiful for most of the year, but it is rough in the winter. Yes, sir, it is. Yeah, the light burns us, but needing heat all the time until you need cooling is annoying. If it's just me and you, Zippy, I gotcha. MJ said, you get room darkening shades. They work great. Fair enough. Fair enough. All right, welcome to the party, MJ. Let's dive back in here. Let's see where we're still talking about. I love America.
Rural areas where people really do live freely and respect the country and everything else. I think the ones that are struggling really are the big city states.
Okay.
New York, California, Illinois, because of Chicago. The places where Democrat rule has, and this is just unfortunate. I don't mean it to be partisan.
Yeah.
I mean it just to be matter of fact.
You mean it to be partisan. Come on, dude.
Places where Democrat rule has been ingrained for decades are the places that we are watching the worst when it comes to crime, when it comes to homelessness, when it comes to drug use, when it comes to the fleeing. And by the way, the fleeing is usually pretty good because, again, we have the ability to flee and not have to leave the country.
The best place to live beside the United States is...
Ooh, so we already had some other answers from David. What did he say? Sweden, Denmark, or Switzerland. Opus said Italy. I think those, there's definitely other places to live that would be amazing. I just think that whoever, I think David again was talking about, the pros and cons of each state or wherever you are. There's pros and cons, and I just think the pros of America are stronger than the cons of America, and the pros of anywhere else are not going to be as strong. Yeah. And so the cons might be weaker. Yeah, the cons might be weaker in other places, but the pros aren't there.
Right.
And I mean, I don't know.
At one time I would have said, oh, maybe Canada. Not anymore.
Oh,
not after the last 3
hell
years.
no.
Hell no. Hell no. Not happening.
Yeah. How quickly did that change? That was wild. CT 223 said, seems like the good spots have gotten so expensive. Well, that's why they're good. I guess that's why they're expensive, but you know what I mean? It's hard to find a balance with a good city and still affordable. I don't want any city. Get me the fuck away from the cities. I don't know how people live in cities. I don't get it. And both my brother and my sister live in Philly.
Yeah. I don't live within a city, but the general geographical area where I'm at near Cincinnati, it's not bad. It's affordable.
Yeah. And I mean, it used to be like, oh, easy. Even as far back as 2015, when everybody was a never Trumper like myself, then like, oh, if he wins, I'm moving to Canada. Like, even if you did do that, you're certainly regretting it now. Just say, but if I did, I would aim near Chilliwack or the western part of Banff. I'm not familiar with any part of Canada, but as long as Trudeau's in charge and as long as they have medical assistance in dying, then I'm gonna be like, nah.
Nope.
The best place to live besides the United States, well, removing places like, let's say, Bora Bora or truly remote islands in the middle of nowhere where you're completely out of society. Although Bora Bora is pretty sweet, but I don't think
still like the way that you get resources there. It's really, I don't know specifically about Bora Bora, but a lot of these, tourist destinations are very expensive because, like, obviously, I want to say Hawaii if we're talking about a state. It's 85 every single day. It's beautiful. There's beaches everywhere, but it's so expensive. It's so expensive. And I don't know if I was making enough money, and guys, I definitely will be. Maybe I'll move out to Hawaii. We'll see. You can stream from anywhere.
That's true.
But said, if you live in a city and aren't at least thinking about getting out for your family's safety, then I got nothing. You are probably beyond reason. Hard to disagree.
Hard to argue that.
Hard to disagree.
It really is.
As we said, Australia is almost as bad as Canada. Yep. I mean, with the Rona stuff, they were worse. They were. You remember that video where they were locking people in? It was concentration camps. They weren't killing people, but they were concentration camps.
They were certainly killing their spirit.
Yep. It said pros are definitely there. cost of living, workers' rights, healthcare affordability, lower rates of homicide, better mental health care. Are you talking about Canada or are you talking about Sweden?
Oh,
Yeah, I don't know.
he may be talking about Sweden, Denmark, or Switzerland. They definitely have a higher
Basil in the
than we do.
building. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the party. Rejoice, for the Basil Siegel has graced us with his presence. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the party, brother. We are just hanging out. It's Thanksgiving Eve, so we got a party, and that is what we are doing. The link is pinned to the top of the chat. If you want to come up, all you got to do is cam up, come and chill. All right. Bora Bora is pretty sweet. But
I don't think that was the answer you were going for. Although I do highly recommend it for a vacation. In terms of places that are let's say more industrialized and whatever, I would say right now, I mean, Hungary is in a and you were one of the first guys in my world really saying, Dave, go visit Hungary and see what that model is like and see how, ironically, the conservatives are defending liberalism better than the liberals will defend it themselves. So I had a wonderful time there, and I spent some time with Viktor Orban, who is thought of as this, the media tells you he's this fascist right-wing lunatic. I spent about half hour with him at the prime minister's palace, and all he talked about was, hey, I just love my country. We just want to maintain our culture. We want to respect minorities, blah, blah, blah.
Did you feel any anti-gay stuff over there?
No one said a word to me. I gave a speech at the Danube Institute and talked about same-sex marriage, and I didn't get it. I can't tell you that they're head over heels for gays, but
are we getting background noise? Hold on. Is it from? Are you still hearing that when she's muted? Testing.
But I don't see them rounding up gays.
No, and then unmuted. Oh yeah, you're getting a little feedback.
Sorry about that. I don't know how to do to fix it.
I think I can adjust your volume a little bit. Thank you for letting me know, guys. I'll just bring her down a little bit, and then let me know. So I adjusted her volume, so let me know how that is. Thank you for letting me know. MJ said, did you see the guy in the background with the nondescript black bag? Yeah, what is this guy doing? He's just chilling. I didn't notice that. Yeah, we got it. All right, moving on.
Can't tell you that they're head over heels for gays, but I don't see them rounding up gays. And by the way, minorities, one of the things we've done wrong in America and that the left has done so dangerously throughout the West is pushing the idea of the minority on top of the majority all the time. We should have equal rights for everybody. We should have ideals and then have places where we can look on the margins to make people feel that they're integrated into those societies, whether they're religious minorities or, let's say in this case, gays or something. But you don't have to cater an entire society to a minority. So unless there's something going on in Hungary that I don't know about, I did not see that specifically.
Okay, I'm going to do a new claim.
Okay.
Okay, so I mean I don't really have much to say about the gay thing in Hungary. Just not really relevant here, but fair enough. There's a lot of places that we don't really think about that aren't necessarily destinations. But yeah, definitely works. So guys, we do have a poll up. Again, this is all about party. So we have other Street Epistemology videos. We can go to another It's Complicated video, or I have something else for you guys that if you read the description, you know what it is. And if you didn't, then you can read the description. And we are split 33, 33, 33. So please hit that poll. Shout out to Cody Brooks in the building. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the party. So minority rule is the opposite of democracy. Indeed it is. Indeed it is. Basil's so straight, he might as well be a beam of light. All right. If you gotta proclaim it, okay. All right. Whatever you say, bro. All right. New claim.
Concerned about gay rights in the United States.
Ooh. Okay. So I
got no dog in this fight.
Well, okay. So then you would say somewhere between slightly disagree and strongly disagree, or maybe you stay on neutral.
Neutral.
Really?
It's not something that necessarily, it's hard for me to have a voice in it. It doesn't necessarily affect me much.
It doesn't affect you.
How I'm looking at it. But
right.
I mean, I'm interested to see Dave's answer. I'm gonna be neutral on this one because I don't I feel it'd be irresponsible for me to say anything other than neutral at this point because I'm not really sure where that question is
Okay.
headed.
And
You know what
I
I mean?
understand that, but I
Yeah,
think that that is not the best way to approach these things, because this is the same type of argument that's saying no to no uterus, no opinion on abortion. But it's like that's irrelevant here. That's not what we're. It's not about me. It's about what is right. And so, if we're talking about concerned about gay rights in the United States, I would say slightly disagree. I would say slightly disagree, because obviously it's on the upswing, but people are getting tired of it.
Yeah.
People are getting tired of it.
Okay.
And so I think
Maybe I
some of
misunderstood the context of the question, just because, I mean, like I said, I was thinking, you know, what are we concerned about? Are we concerned about having too many rights? Because I'm not.
Okay.
Things have been going up, you know, I mean, where people are,
Interesting. Yeah, I didn't see it that way either. So yeah, maybe we'd say if there's too much gay rights or there's too much of a push, then you might say agree for a different reason. I'm thinking though that since he's specifically asking Dave Rubin, who is a gay man, is he worried about his personal rights? And especially if I'm Dave Rubin, who is always pushing a narrative, I would go somewhere on the agree side, and I would pin it on the gender ideology type stuff. And say, well, you know, a few years ago, I would have said no. You know, we had, you know, Obama was in office, and we got the right to marry federally, and that was it. But now,
it'd be interesting to see his answer. Yeah. Be interesting under those contexts. It'd be very interesting to see his answer.
Zubi says minority rights are pretty good, but government is pandering for votes, making things less equal. Yup. Agreed.
With that.
Agreed. And Opus says people want to identify as an oppressed group because it gives them power.
Bingo.
Yep, that is exactly
Absolutely.
it. That's exactly it.
Yep.
All right, let's see. Is Dave Rubin concerned about gay rights in the United States?
5,
We're
4,
supposed to start on neutral.
3, 2, 1, move. Why do you slightly disagree?
Well, first off, one of the things that we've done really well, despite all our problems in the United States, is when we have movements towards equality, there's almost no, with the exception maybe of Japanese internment, there's really no recorded history, which was a very brief thing. That's not to dismiss it, obviously. There's almost no recorded instance of rolling back rights. We've given more rights, and by the way, we got to equality, and then unfortunately we decided we needed equity on top of that, which was really deeply antithetical to equality.
So far, I mean, he's saying that he what did he say? Slightly disagree, but he's kind of saying the same kind of thing that I was saying. So maybe he's not specifically worried about it, but he is certainly aware of these same these same topics that we were just saying. That the trans stuff, the gender stuff, is bleeding over. And I think you actually like that tweet where Lady Maga, if you guys are not familiar, let me just pull that up. Lady Maga is somebody I'm gonna get him on the channel eventually, but where is it? Oh, here we go. So this is Lady Maga, and it says Happy Wednesday, snip snip, and you're like, oh, come on. But then you look at the sash, and it's like, let's go! And of course, it's a man who doesn't pretend that he's not a man. He's like, I'm a dude, and I dress up like this, and this is my character. I am, I'm Maga. This is Lady Maga, a character that's not a real person, and there's a man underneath that.
Yep.
Totally fine with that.
He knows who he is. He knows who he is.
Yep. Totally fine with that. It's when you try to blur the lines. When you try to blur the lines. All right, let's back it up a sec.
Equity on top of that, which was really deeply antithetical to equality. But we've never really had moments where we said to a group of people,
"That's a man, baby,"
rights, which was a just, in my opinion, a just movement for gay people. You want people to be able to be in stable relationships if you believe that the family is the basic functioning unit of Western society. And as I said, you want an ideal, right? Jordan and I have talked about this quite extensively. Jordan Peterson. You want an ideal, obviously, is the family, and 99% of the time, or
so. How often do we talk about setting the ideal? And I purposely put my hand out of frame. Setting the ideal. The ideal world is right here. We will never reach this. That doesn't mean that we shouldn't be moving in that direction or this direction. We should be moving in this direction, getting as close to the ideal as we can.
Yeah.
Without understanding what that ideal is, we don't know if we're moving in the right direction.
Exactly.
Something like that. It's going to be the mother and the father, and you go from there. But you want some room on the margins for people that are different to participate in that. And that's why you can make a very, I think, regardless of whether you like gays or not, or know a gay, I think you can make a very sound, compelling, truthful argument about gay marriage, so that these people aren't just living on the margins of society and everything else. The reason I slightly disagree is that I am not saying that there is no threat. I think one of the twisted, perverted things that the woke have done to our discourse is by making everything about LGBTQ and pushing this nonsense on children. And by the way, these letters have nothing to do with each other. A gay
And when did
there
I
it is.
tell you? A long time ago. And what did I say?
I told you. It's exactly what I thought he was going to say.
And pushing this nonsense on children. And by the way, these letters have nothing to do with each other. A gay man has no more in common with a trans person than you as a straight man does. These actually, you have far less, because usually what happens, as you know, is when they say that this 6-year-old boy is trans, what they mean is he's maybe slightly effeminate and maybe will grow up to be a gay man. Maybe he might be straight, by the way.
Maybe. Shout out to Cody Brooks, a very simple but comment of the night. I miss being gay 20 years ago, when no one had to know and no one had to care. Cheers to that.
Sir.
There you go. And that, like, exactly. 20 years ago, we talk all the time about how the 90s was the peak of American culture, and we've just been, on a downslide. And I don't think that I'm not willing to say that there was a perfect moment of society. Things, the landscape changes. But I mean, seems like the 90s, we could have just stopped there and we would have been good.
Yeah. Yep. And we probably would have been much, much better. People were far more tolerant. Nobody cared. They really didn't care. I mean, it was just kind of like, oh, okay, you do you, I'll do me. Best of luck to you.
That's not to say
that's not how you roll.
Yeah.
It's not to say prejudices didn't exist. They did. Of course they did. But it was almost kind of like that was the aberration. That was the one that was outside the norm. It was just kind of like, oh, well, okay. Know what you are. Not going to tolerate, we're not going to associate with you or whatever, but that kind of thing.
Yep.
Yeah, people were far more tolerant. That's why I say some of these groups, it seems like these days the woke mob left, they don't want your tolerance. They want your compliance.
Bingo. Yep, exactly. They don't want your tolerance. They want your conformity. They want you to bow down in front of them. And they don't think that that's what they're doing, because they've convinced themselves that they're the underdog, which is why they feel entitled to saying whatever it is. Because, well, we're the underdog. We're the oppressed.
Yeah.
And when you are taught to look at the world, when you're taught to look at the world through that lens, you're like, oh, well, Morty, just please chill. You can't be jumping up and down every 5 seconds. When you look at it that way, then there's no way that we can convince people that they're not in that hierarchy. We have to be able to show people that entire way of thinking is off base. We definitely societal shame. I mean, it's good, but we just need to keep it in check. And that's why I think in the 90s, when there was gay bashing in the 80s and stuff, and that's not cool. But then by 95, 96, you don't really hear about that. I mean, here and there, but
exactly,
it happens.
It was on a downward slope.
Yeah, definitely. MJ said, well, are you really sure we didn't just stop in the 90s and this is all the pod? I'm not sure.
Something's gone terribly wrong.
We might be in the simulation and they've already put us in the pot. I mean, I'll be honest with you. I'll be honest with you. For my life specifically, I spend most of my time in my condo. When I go to work, I put the address in on my phone. I put it on the thing, and I just follow it, and it tells me where to turn. I don't learn because I mean, I'm usually only going to these people's house, 6-ish times. So I don't necessarily remember every route to everything. So I'm just following. They could be having me drive in circles and then come back right to the person in the next, the next one. And I would have no idea.
Learn to read an old school map, my friend. Learn to read an old school map. You really do. I mean, if it all goes pear-shaped and you don't have the internet anymore and you need to get around.
Well, yeah, luckily I wasn't driving, but I was around before MapQuest. So I did learn to actually use a map.
Very good. Yep, skill.
Beyond that, I mean, I'd be all right. But shout out to Basil, the pumpkin seagull, with the Canadian $2. And of course, that means our boy Morty here gets a treat. Our new duck recipe. He says, thank you so much. And of course, that makes you the new sponsor of the stream. You guys know I like to jump right back in after we get a super chat. Thank you, sir. Very, very much appreciated.
So in many ways, the T's are the most rabidly anti the G's, far more than the straight people are.
Yeah.
But because of the way that the woke push and overshoot, go over the top with everything, I would say there will be some decent pushback against gay rights, which again, a movement for equality is always a just movement, in my view. And I think there's some issues around that. Again, I would say we have the right foundational documents on all of this stuff. We have equal protection under the law. We have states' rights. We've moved past most of this. And I would also say that because of the mix of people in America, all the different cultures and all the different things, it's very hard to get everybody to suddenly be on board, take out those people, where it might be a little bit easier in a largely monolithic country, say Germany in the 1930s. It would be easier to galvanize people against those people, where in America...
A little bit. Shout out again to the sponsor of the stream. Basil, thank you so much.
It's like you got everybody. It's harder to wrangle those things.
All right, I'm going to piggyback off of that and change the claim. I am concerned. So let me just disambiguate, or let me just kind of break down and explain.
I would change this, MJ. I would say you aren't a real adult if you can't fold the AAA state map back and exactly as it's unfolded. But you right.
So I don't buy the word anti-Semitism. I think that kind of the quote unquote Semitic peoples use that to say, how could I hate Jews? I'm gonna say
you don't like the use of the word because it's too ambiguous in some respects.
Okay. Jew hate.
Yes, I think that's a much better way.
Okay, that I was like, wait a minute, hold on. Okay, that makes a little more sense. He's saying, so in case you missed it, he specifically when we're talking about what we would call anti-Semitism, he specifically wants to use the word Jew hatred because it's what it is. And was it Rubin or whoever? It was saying that it, again, with the whole idea of semantic obfuscation, we have to be very deliberate with the words that we use because people will take it and twist it however they can. Smart. Let's run this back and hear it all. I was scared for a minute.
I think that
Me too.
So I don't buy the word anti-Semitism. I think that kind of the quote unquote Semitic peoples use that to say, how could I hate Jews? I'm gonna say
you don't like the use of the word because it's too ambiguous in some respects.
Okay, Jew hate.
Yes, I think that's a much better way of saying it.
I completely agree.
Yeah.
I am concerned.
All right, we got a new prompt
about the rise in Jew hatred.
Ooh, okay. All right. I am concerned about the rise in Jew hatred. I don't even like saying that.
I don't even like it either. I am
concerned about the rise. Yeah, I would say.
Yeah, I absolutely am.
I'm trying to determine if I'm on. It's definitely. I would say. That's a tough one. What do you guys think?
Yeah.
What do you guys think? Oba said, anti-Semitism is the new racist. Fair point. And I think that's exactly what Peter Boghossian was trying to say, is that like, well, what are we actually talking about here? Basil said, I like the way Dennis Prager puts it. It's criticism of Israel does not equal anti-Semitism. And I think that's exactly what he was getting at. David's got to run. Thank you for hanging out, brother. You have a good one.
Happy Thanksgiving, David.
Yes, happy Thanksgiving. MJ said, how about the rise in hatred about anything that you aren't? That I would be on strongly agree. That I would be on strongly agree. But here, okay, so let's see.
Move. Why are you concerned about the rise?
Oh, wait, he went to strongly agree, and they have the thing here saying agree.
Yeah.
So this is great, and that maybe
why are you concerned about the rise of the hatred of Jews?
So I was thinking about whether to like which agree, whether it's slightly agree, or strongly, and the like what I was hung up on is the word concerned, because the rise in Jew hatred is unquestionable. That's we've seen it.
Yeah.
But
we absolutely
the concern part is, am I concerned that it's happening? Am I concerned that it's going to lead to something? I don't know. So I would probably stick with agree just to be safe. I think I would do that just to.
Yeah, I can understand how you land there. That makes sense. But yeah, it's pretty undeniable. There's a lot more out there than I ever realized.
Oh yeah. Yeah. I was even before 10.7. It started bubbling up, and I was just like, I thought this was I thought we did this. Same thing when Flat Earth came back. Yeah. I was like, I thought we did this already. Like, some of y'all are still on this. I don't know. So he said, I don't think that Jew hatred is more than it was. The woke movement has made people dumb and fearful. True, but are we parsing? Are we that like dumb and fearful people can also be hateful?
Yes.
Just because you're dumb and fearful doesn't mean you're not hateful.
That's true.
Cody says, call it like it is, but also don't hate someone for their opinion. Picking sides is our current downfall. Understanding each other is the key. Well said, Cody. Well said, Cody. The rules of the game. How much do you agree or disagree? So you can see the so you start on neutral, and then there's slightly agree or disagree. Then there's agree or disagree, and strongly agree or disagree with this statement. I am concerned about the rise in Jew hatred. So you would say, I agree, or I slightly disagree, or I strongly agree, or whichever one of those is is appropriate to you. Basil said the problem is that there's a percentage of juice that have caused. Oh, gotcha. You could put it. I'll just don't worry about it. The percentage of Jews have caused severe problems for society, like let's say 3%, but because they refuse to admit it, it's angering people toward all of them. Can you be more specific? What do you what do you mean by this?
Yeah, no problems.
I might agree with you. I'm not sure what you're trying to say here. CD said there's also a strong rise in Islamic hatred. It's going both ways right now. Both terrible.
Yeah.
Yes. I just want to. Yes. Full stop. Both terrible. Full stop. But I do want to point out that absolutely, when it comes to the hatred of the ideology, not the people, there's much more reason to hate the Islamic ideology than there is the Jewish ideology. There's no reason to hate somebody who is Jewish or somebody who is a Muslim. But Islam definitely deserves hate in my mind. Muslims do not.
Yeah, it deserves critique. We deserve to be able to critique it just like we would anything else.
Mm-hmm.
And it seems like, you can't do that these days. You can't. No, you're not allowed to say anything bad.
Yep.
And that's not good. It's not healthy. It just isn't.
Feel better, MJ. It seems like there's something going around. Obi said it's always been there. 10.7 just gave the anti-Semites an excuse and a reason to become loud. But that's what I'm saying. Even way before that, when like think about when Nick Fuentes was on with Destiny, and we were talking about that. That kind of that was like early in the summer.
Yeah.
And even before that.
Then.
And then,
yeah.
like, when was the Kanye thing? When he
Oh,
went
that
on
was
Alex
the
Jones.
first-
So let's.
That was pathetic. Like, oh my gosh, if you get an Alex Jones, if Alex Jones is going, whoa, too far, man. I mean, that's pretty bad.
So that was 11 months ago. 11 months ago.
Mm.
I mean, so it's not just about 10-7, and it's not just that there's like it's been bubbling. It's been bubbling. I don't know. Weird. Bezos said a good one should be calling out the bad ones, but very few do. That's always the case, isn't it?
Yeah.
He says, since more people are dumb and fearful, the counter reaction to dislike/hate of Jews blows the reality out of proportion. Yep, definitely. So he's saying, I mean, like a lot of people that run Hollywood and bankers, they're like 3% of the ethnic group. Okay, and so therefore, what is your? I understood the number part. I got that part. I'm asking, what does that mean? What is the weight of that being a thing? Because I mean, we could say 13% of all men in tech are Indian. What does that mean?
Doesn't mean anything.
That's where I'm at. And I mean, I'm always willing to be wrong. If you can say, no, actually, it means this, and it's bad because of this. So I'll be like, okay, I didn't know that. But nobody's ever been able to answer that question without going into some weird conspiracy thing about, a cabal that is doing this and that and whatever. MJ said, I think that since 2016, media has normalized and rewarded people for spouting what they hate, starting with the okaying and encouraging the hate for Hillary and Trump. That definitely. I mean,
yeah. Yep. Mm-hmm.
We can't. The only thing is that I definitely want to acknowledge the fact that Trump was the factor that came in and changed everything around without letting off the media for their part in that. Like, so he came in and he was a bull in a china shop. We can't say that that's not the case. And for a lot of us, that is a good thing. But saying the media has normalized it when it's specifically Hillary and Trump that were bringing this type of rhetoric to the national stage, a little bit different than just the media. So, but fair enough. Shout out to Basil again. Oh my goodness, another Canadian 5, and you see his head pop up. He knows what's coming. There you go, buddy, from Basil, the Pumpin' Seagull. Thank you, sir. Very, very much appreciated. Out sponsoring your goddamn self. Said Kanye said he liked Trump. Gets sent to a mental institution to get treated. Comes out as a massive Jew hater. Shady.
Interesting timeline of events, isn't it?
Yeah, makes you wonder. All right, let's see where we are. So the claim is, I'm concerned about the rise in Jew hatred. Let's see what Dave Rubin has to say.
Look, the story of the Jews, if you've ever spent a holiday with Jews, whether you're doing Passover or you're doing Hanukkah or you're doing virtually any holiday that Jews spend and eat, basically at the end, what are they doing before eating? They're telling the story of how the power at the time tried to kill the Jews. The story of Hanukkah is the Greeks invading Judea and Samaria, which we now unfortunately call the West Bank, but it was Judea and Samaria, where the Jews are from. So it's funny, when Rashida Tlaib, who is a raging Jew hater, put aside anti-Semite.
Remember when when this first happened and we saw that entire stadium of people wave, like now it's just like, oh, of course they're that. But I didn't know that, like, it just hit me like a brick wall. An entire stadium of people right after 10/7 waving Palestinian flags.
Yeah.
Like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
And I mean, now I through the shows that we've had, I've had a lot more understanding about this stuff. But Ilhan Omar is something else. Are you gonna say something?
Yeah. No, they're just it's mind-boggling to me. I don't.
Indeed.
It's so hard to understand. It's like how and why you could be cheering that on. I just don't get it.
Makes no sense. Makes no sense at all.
Who's a member of our Congress, every Hanukkah, she wishes the Jews happy Hanukkah. And yet she's the same person who does not want Jews living in what we now call the West Bank, which is Judea and Samaria.
So wait a minute, but what are the bad ones? And why is it on somebody because they believe the same faith to call, unless it has something to do with Judaism? Like, because if you're saying this again, if we're saying that most of the people who are in government are white, and so all the white people have to call out the bad, all the good white people have to call out the bad white people, we would say, what the fuck are you talking about? But you're putting in Jews instead of white people and saying that. So how, what can you circle that square for me? Why is it okay to say that, you know, with just movies and banking, that number one, something bad is happening, and number two, that it's the responsibility of people who are Jewish, who are not doing the thing, to call out the bad people? What is bad, and why is it their responsibility? Those are my two questions to you, sir. What is bad, and why is it the responsibility of other Jewish people?
Person who does not want Jews living in what we now call the West Bank, which is Judea and Samaria. She's the same person who wouldn't want Jews living in Nazareth. You know, there was this guy from Nazareth. Remember this guy? Jesus. He was a carpenter, didn't wear shoes. Turned out to be fairly popular with some people.
Not me. Well, I mean, he was for a while. But.
They have it's coded in the Jewish story that when the bad guys come, when the authoritarian forces come, they usually come for the Jews first. Jews have a little bit of a I would say
Canary in the coal mine,
a softer sensitivity.
And even that, I've never understood. I've never, like, why is that? Why specifically the Jew? They don't seem like they're, if it was, again, I'm not attacking Muslims, but if it was Islam, I would completely understand. Because they're like, if you don't go with us, then we're going to cut your fucking head off. Even the Christians had the Crusades and the Inquisition and all that stuff. Why the Jews?
That's where, unfortunately, that's kind of where things start with, at least in my understanding of history and some people's attitudes. The Christian ethos is that Jesus is literally the Son of God, okay? And it was the Jewish people who gave him up to the Romans. They may not have been the ones, you know, nailing him to the cross, but they're the ones that handed him over. There has been, you know, hatred and animosity towards Jews for that, which I don't understand, because the whole concept of that is that I did this willingly for you. I did this for humanity. And so you can't point the finger and blame a group for someone stepping into that destiny and saying, this is my destiny, this is what I am supposed to do, this is how it fixes things, and I'm going to do it. You can't then lay the blame at one group's the feet of a group and say, this is your fault, you killed God. It's like, no.
Yeah,
you totally just missed it. I hate to throw that into it, but that plays into a historical animosity towards Jews in general. You know,
just another reason to get rid of dogma. Basil, our sponsor of the stream, said the reason. So he's given the reason is because whites don't have the stigma and the Jews do.
What?
Do you live in America?
In that square.
Do you live in America? Because whites absolutely have that stigma. And whether they do or don't, I'm still not sure why. And again, so okay, fine. You've answered the second question, and we can continue on that. But what's the bad thing? What is the bad thing that the good ones should be calling out? That's what you're not. Nobody has been able to, just having jobs, making movies. That's what I'm asking. No.
I'm not going to bet you anything. Some of it goes down to charging interest. Maybe. I mean, I'm guessing.
No,
I am
but
guessing.
no, Basil, you're not. No. That's not how this works. We're having a conversation. You said 3 things, and now I'm trying to break that apart and have the conversation with you. Don't derail by asking another question. So if you are saying, where are we? You said whites don't have a stigma. I said yes, they do have a stigma. That white people are racist. That's the stigma. So according to you and what you're saying here, or not here, but the other one, that you're saying that it's the responsibility of non-racist white people to specifically white people to call out other white people for being racist. Not other black people, not other Jewish people, not only other white people. And so again, you're not. What is the bad thing that the Jews are doing in your mind? So yeah. So again, that would. So this fits because we have a bad thing trying to corrupt our children's minds. That is the bad thing. So if you're an LGBT person who is not trying to do that, then yes, you should be calling out the people who are pushing the gender ideology, because that's your group, and that is a bad thing that is happening. Again, I'm not saying that there's not a bad thing happening with the Jews. I'm asking you what that is. Zubi said, I doubt the religion itself condones what the bad ones are doing, so having the ethnic or religious Jews calling the bad ones out seems moot. I don't know enough about Judaism, but I just thinking about Christianity and Islam, it would definitely be it would definitely make sense for the people who are doing worse things to be closer to the text. Absolutely. But he said Trump versus Hillary, both are white, but it would be stupid for Trump to say I'm a good white calling out that bad white. Whites don't have the stigma. Again, racism. Yeah. Okay. Cody Brooks said modern day Jew hatred seems to come from Bolshevism in the early 1900s. They literally banned anti-Semitism right before World War I. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. Shout out to One Tech with the $5 super chat, making you the new sponsor of the stream. Thank you, sir. What does he say here? So I just want to say one more thing. I'm thankful for is you and your hard work. Keep up the good work, Home Slice. Thank you so much, brother. That means so much. Thank you. All right. As always, I love to dive back in. You got a wrap?
Yeah, I'm gonna need to jump off here. I'm gonna give somebody else a chance. If you're hanging out in the after party later, I'll probably,
every Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Hell yeah. Thank you so much for coming up and hanging out. Anything you want to shout out to the people before you leave?
Everybody have a good Thanksgiving. Slowly cook your turkey. Make sure it's nice and done before you eat it. You do not want to eat half-cooked turkey. It's not good. Not good for you. But I do hope that everybody has a safe and wonderful holiday. Be with your family, be with your loved ones. Tell them you love them.
Definitely. Beautiful. Well, thank you so much for hanging out, and hopefully we'll see you in the after party. Take care.
Good night.
All right. Thank you, Gomtech. That really does mean a lot, man. I put my heart and soul into this shit. So when you guys show it, it really means a lot to me. So put that. So I remember to fix the banner, but let's get through some of what we missed here. Basil, there's also a zillion two black people calling out their bad apples all over, and there's white calling out. Okay, but okay, let's just move on. And so we got there with the racism. Statistics wise, there are more black people than ethnic Jews. Okay, you said whites have a stigma, and there are many whites calling out the racist whites. But he happens to be white. He's not saying, "Oh, because I'm white, I can only call out other white people." Why? This is what I'm not understanding. Why isn't it just good people should call out bad people? unless we're talking specifically about the LGBT agenda, or we're specifically talking about, you know, a particular bad thing. Then we can say, okay, you people are pushing this, so good people should be against it. Also, because you are part of the group who is doing the bad thing, even though you are not doing the bad thing as a trans person, you have more power to call out the same thing we're all calling out. It's not that it's your responsibility any more than anyone else. You know what I mean? You got it, MJ. You got it. Don't worry. You here with it. We're just trying to simplify all this stuff that is very complicated and narrow it down to something that maybe if there's one point, like, okay, I can understand this one point, and then from there, then maybe we could have a better understanding of what all of this is. Zippy says, if you listen to, yeah, exactly. Hollywood types are definitely doing a lot of social engineering. It could be coincidental that they are Jews. I'm not blaming them specifically, but I understand the perception. And again, that is the farthest that I've seen, is that it's Jewish people taking control and trying to move society in some negative way. But there's so much of Hollywood and leftism and wokeism that is so far detached from any religion, and specifically tied to the religion of government and leftism, that I don't understand where the Jew part fits in there. Zibby said, statistically, it's hard for crazy people to gain any real wealth or power without crazy people empowering them. Disagree. So Zibby said, i.e. Jews are human and do normal human things. It's less a focus of what Jews do and more of the norms of humanity. I just don't get the stigma. It's so much smoke and mirrors. That's where I'm at. It's like, we can see a stark difference between how Black Americans and Caribbean Black Caribbeans fare in America. We can see the differences. That doesn't mean meaning that shout out again to Guam Tag. Where is it? Thank you, sir. Very, very, very much appreciated. But we can see a disparity between how Black Americans do and how Black Caribbean Americans immigrants do. And so just saying that there's again, disparity does not mean discrimination. Disparity does not mean discrimination. So just because there's more Jews in a place doesn't mean that there was discrimination one way or the other. It's just more of them. There's more Asians in STEM. Does that mean the Asians are trying, and TikTok is an app? So does that mean the Asians are trying to, not just the Chinese? We're talking about, the Japanese and the like. This is where your logic leads you. That to say the good Jews need to call out the bad Jews for what? That's where I'm at. All right.
I would say
Canary in the coal mine,
a canary in the coal mine, a softer sensitivity to the bad things. We're sort of, look, if you look at it from an intersectional perspective, Jews don't make sense. They're relative to intersectionality. If you are a minority, you're supposed to be oppressed.
Okay. And that was the schism with 10-7, that the leftists, their brains exploded because they're like, wait, they're white, but they're oppressed. But there's other oppression, and there's and so that's why their brain broke. Their brain broke. I think I missed a couple here. No, I got that one. Zibby said, I see more problems with Islam, but that has more issues to do with poverty and first world nations sticking their dicks in the Middle East to grape and pillage to keep resources and people cheap. I will definitely the Western influence is a big factor, but the ideology and the dogma absolutely is as well. It is the dogma that allows the dogma that keeps them in poverty. It's the values and capitalism that has allowed America to, despite the fact of being much younger than that area of the world, we're doing much better. And it's not a coincidence, and it's not because of the weather. Basil said the perception is that they are orchestrators. I'm not saying this. What I do believe is that who controls the money controls the culture. Is the culture good or is the culture bad? Well, from the 1960s to now, good. Were the Jews not in control in the 60s? Were the Jews, did they take control in the 70s? This is what I'm saying. It doesn't make sense. If the culture is good, or if the culture was good, you know, make America great again, saying the culture was good and the Jews were in charge, then what is the bad thing that they did? They being the Jews as a group. I'm not saying that Hollywood and leftists and I'm not saying all that shit has changed our culture for the worse. Obviously, that's the case. What I'm asking is how does a believing in Judaism have anything to do with that? Think about black. Is whitey keeping them down? But they have perception. But they have the perception that this is the case. No. Would they listen to Jordan Peterson or Kanye West? So again, I'm with you. I'm with you saying that I take your point. I understand. Yes, they would listen better to Kanye West than they would to Jordan Peterson. But that doesn't make it Kanye West's responsibility any more than it is Jordan Peterson's responsibility, or your responsibility, or my responsibility. We all have the same responsibility. Now, Kanye West may have more influence, and then maybe you do argue that with influence comes responsibility. Maybe, but I disagree with that. And so again, that's why that seems to be the core of our disagreement, and that's fine. But I wasn't understanding what it is that you're saying. So if you are saying that it is Kanye West's responsibility to talk to black people more than it is Jordan Peterson because of how much more reach he would have, then fine. You can have that position. I disagree, but now we understand where we agree and disagree. Zibi said, I just cannot compute Jews having more power than Christians.
Bingo.
Yep. Guamtech said to Opus, his leaks are what's giving me hope again for pop culture. Disney is shitting themselves all over, and some others like him. Who's him? Who did I miss? We're talking about Kanye? MJ said I thought IE was Internet Explorer. What does it stand for? What does I know it's Latin. Id est. Id est. Am I on the screen? Oh. Id est. The abbreviation IE stands for id est, which Latin is that is. An abbreviation for EG stands for the Latin phrase exempli gratia, meaning for example. So, yeah. That's all. That's all. So Basil said, my whole point here is perception. If a group has lost complete trust in another group, academic arguments are useless. You need to gain their trust again. Okay, so which group has lost trust in which group? Oba said, people hate Jews because a disproportionate amount of them have their hands on the levers of power, but they earned it. After World War II, they said never again and set out to put themselves in positions to make sure it will never happen again. I'd say, yeah. Fuck yeah, right? Basically, is the culture good now? Make America great again as a reaction to the culture. Yeah, I think we're on the same page now. Yeah. Oh, okay. All right. Moving on.
Jews have, by and large, through ingenuity, through tradition, through history and storytelling, have not only thrived or have not only succeeded but thrived. Any place that you go on earth right now, if they have a thriving Jewish community, it's a good place. If a bunch of Jews move into your neighborhood, most likely the neighborhood's going to look better in 2 years. That's not the way it is with a lot of communities. And that what happens is, and why Jew hatred is so embedded, is that people are jealous people. They don't understand how did that happen? How did these people survive? There's a lot of indigenous communities that have existed. Look at Native Americans. Native Americans in only 250-year history of America have largely imploded as a culture. It's very, very sad what's happened to Native Americans. Probably something we should all spend more time.
So I'm going to see what they... Okay, so they're just going into. I thought it was the two of them that were, doing a regular street epistemology video. So we have something else that you guys said that you didn't want to do this, and you didn't want to do another one of these, and you didn't want to do another. It's complicated. So we got our girl Shoe on Head in the building. Yeah, I mean, I don't even. Do we even need a takeaway from that? I kind of feel like that was a little bit of a springboard for our conversation about Jews. I have much better understanding of what Basil is saying. But we are. Let's just move on. I think it's just a matter of they're kind of reiterating the talking points, and when you get two personalities together for the first time. I don't know if it's the first time, but the first time in a while at least, then you're going to be very surface level. So you're not going to get into the weeds on anything, especially with the street epistemology. So I think it was a good jump off, but we can move on. Zibby said to Basil, I not think there are enough Jews to create a perception either way. A perception comes from low-hanging fruit theory and insanity. Good point. Good point. But he said the way the haters interpret what Rubin is saying is Jews are better than you, and you hate us because we are smarter than you. I mean, I definitely agree with you, but I mean, I don't know what I could do with these people. That's as so that. But I still so Basil, do you based on the Kanye thing that you were saying? I'm on the same page with you that Kanye would definitely have more influence. Do you think that influence creates responsibility? Or do you think that having the ability to reach people doesn't inherently mean that it's your responsibility to do so? That's my last sticking point on that. I'm glad to see the black backpack left. But who's having lunch in the? I don't know. We're moving on. Always looking in the background, eh? Quantag likes Shoe. All right. So Basil said, I have a high IQ, but I'm not flaunting it, dude. I hate the fact that I have to bring it up now. Did you have to bring it up? Did I don't, what do you mean? Understand the problem is the people's insanity and not the Jews. Even if the good Jews went after the bad Jews, the crazies would not care. Yeah, I'm with you. 100%. Now that you say that, absolutely. I'm completely with you, Zippy. There's not enough Jews to change the minds of all Muslims and other Jew haters. That's just not going to happen. So, all right, so moving on, slightly in the same vein as our first video, but maybe a little bit softer. Sean had recently did a video about are men doing okay, and just talking about the whole men's loneliness and OF and all that stuff. And so now she made a are women okay, and I was dying with laughter. So let's dive in.
Time talk.
War is a terrible thing, and this war has been happening for a very long time, from before most of us were born, and will be raging on after we're long gone. I'm of course talking about the gender war. Men versus women. For those of you who've been following me for the past year, you know of my ongoing research into the man question. From learning how to be a real man, if you're a grown-ass man and you wear a seatbelt in the passenger seat, you are likely to be a raging homosexual. To judging men's living spaces, men will literally not buy a TV stand, but will have 2 mini fridges.
Based. I think I need to do that. No, I'm just kidding. Basil, to wrap this up, saying my point is that people hate when someone else comes across as smarter than them. This is in part the Jew problem. I mean, if that's really and if that's all it is, then I'm very comfortable being like, oh, anti-Semitism is fucking stupid. Just like I can say actual racism is fucking stupid. But what but there's too many people who have formulated arguments around this that it's more than this. And it seems to be just this, but just wrapped up in more academic bullshit intelligentsia language. And I like good faith. I'm trying to be like, all right, what is it that they did? Show me on the doll where the Jews touched you. And they can never answer. They can never answer. Context, anyone feel like Shu could be Penguin Zero's sister? I get the same vibe from her as him. Yes. If they were related, I would not be surprised. In the least. In the least. Hey, shout out to I8B4U8. Welcome to the party over on Twitch. Good to see ya. Only less funny. Oh, everybody's liking that. Yeah, dude, he is so funny. He's mad quick. I've noticed because, like, obviously, if you're on stream, you're gonna talk one way, and then when you do your VODs, when you're like, oh, you know, hey, we did this on stream, and I want to show it to you guys. There's a different type of, you know, like when you're on stream, you can't cut and like write and, you know, make jokes and whatever. But even when he's, you know, on stream, he's funny. Oh, we clipping it to hell, girl. I'm gonna have an entire week of just M169 talking. Let's go. No, I'm just kidding. But hey, it might come up. We'll see. Zuby said, I suppose it's a process of a process of 1,000 cuts. And then it's like the woke started out small and slowly corrupted feminism and civil rights. Yep. Which is a perfect segue, bringing us back into the gender war.
Living spaces. Men will literally not buy a TV stand, but will have 2 mini fridges. To examining their interesting dating rituals. Wish your toes were in my mouth right now. I mean, hey. And although this journey is far from over, I decided to take a break to focus on the fairer sex. That's right. The women. There are many things women love in this world. Flowers, chocolate, pumpkin spice lattes, cute animals, shopping, complaining and nagging. Am I right, fellas? But above all else, women love posting their own L's.
My cousin, who is younger than me, is getting married today. Meanwhile, I have credit card debt. I am in a toxic situationship with one of my exes. Last week, I was so broke that instead of getting an Uber to the airport, I had a random guy from Hinge drive me. And this year...
Wait, what? A random... What? Okay, so are you okay, so he was already in... sorry, just took me a second. I'm gonna call you. I'm just gonna call you I8. I8 said she's talking about the kind of guys she's into. They always are. Here
I have had chlamydia twice.
Chlamydia twice. Yikes. Bezos said, Home Math perfectly summarizes the problem between men and women very eloquently on his channel, as he did when he was on my channel. So if you have not seen that interview, definitely go check it out.
So I've been working on a pretty big video, and I thought it would be nice to take a little break and make some trash content, because I know you guys love the trash content. And I feel like the last 2 videos were a little more serious than I usually am, so I feel like it's trash time. So let us answer the question on everyone's mind. Are women okay?
No. The women are not okay. They are struggling. So is that a real thing? I don't know anything about her dating life.
No, they are not. From posting about their old high school teachers.
You all want to hear something cringy? One of my teachers, says this tweet, who I hated from my high school, subscribe to my OF and comments on my pictures A+. Oh no, bruh.
Subscribing to them on OnlyFans, to posting about their boyfriends cheating on them with their own mothers. Yikes. Women love posting their own L's. I would know, despite rumors. I am a woman. Now, for the boomer demographic who watches me, who doesn't know what an L is, an L is a loss, and a W is a win. And for the Zoomer demographic that watches me, Gat, Ohio Rizzler.
That's a great joke. Dilly. Hey, we got Stephanie Miller in the building. Welcome to the party. Happy Thanksgiving Eve.
When you try to be petty and request money from your ex,
and
accidentally send it.
When you try to be petty and request money from your ex and accidentally send it. $100 for wasting my time and being a cheater. The blonde who had chlamydia. What about the blonde who had chlamydia? Okay.
Here's $100 for wasting my time and being a cheater. L. Absolute L. My ex-boyfriend is now gay, and my ex-girlfriend is now straight.
Yikes. Something tells me that might be you, sweetie. Hey, shout out to Basil the Poppin' Seagull one more time with the Canadian 5. And of course, that comes with a treat for my boy, Morty. Thank you, sir. What does Basil say? In a nutshell, men and women both want D, top tier of their... Men and women both want D, top tier of... Oh, you mean like D like D? The top tier of the other gender. But men are able to settle for women in their range and be happy. Women are not. Absolutely. Average at best. You're average at best. Adjust your standards. The wall is a-coming.
All that conversion therapy. When I helped the guy I was in love with get his girl because I thought maybe he'd fall in love with me in the process. Oof. No! Why did she think this would work? Life is not TV! You are not the main protagonist of a Hallmark Christmas movie! Just remember the time I went on a first date to the London Zoo, and at the gate he asked if I would mind paying for my own ticket.
Wait, okay. So you're asking me to pay for my own ticket? Weird.
Which I said I would. At which point he pulled out a 2-for-1 voucher. So I paid for my ticket and he went in for free.
Yo, that's a baller move! That is a baller move. The balls you gotta have to do that. That is awesome. I'm sorry. That is awesome. Zippy said the blonde likes bad icky boys as she can't stop talking about it. Yep.
I had to break up with him. Our signs weren't compatible. Once again, here we go. Astrology is racism for white women. I'm a Gemini, and he told me not to flush when I peed at his house to save money, so I obliged until I went through his Discord and found pics of him drinking it. Oh no. I invited
Yep, and this is Penguin Zero with a filter for sure. Whoever already said it, let's take it one more time. Yeah, I mean, I've noticed it before, but I don't, maybe not consciously. And now that you're saying it, I can't look away. I can't see it. Yeah, take a hint, right? First and last date, right? Shout out to Basil the Poppin' Seagull again with the Canadian $2 here. So the zoo guy is based. He is my hero. Hell yeah. That is exactly the kind of man. Now, I'm not saying you should do that, but just having the balls to do it. God damn.
Him to the crib, cooked for him, gave him the sloppiest neck you can manifest in your mind, let him fold me like an origami bird, called him an Uber, then blocked him and never spoke to him again. I really beat him to the punch. We are learning the game too fast. Wow, you sure showed him. When I broke up with a white boy and he deleted his Stop Asian Hate story. Guys, my friend got banned from Tinder because she'd show up to dates without makeup and the dudes kept reporting her as a catfish. Oof. I don't know, I've always quickly shown the men I've dated what I look like without makeup because
That is smart. Ladies, take a lesson. For the ladies who are dating, the 3.7 of you that will ever see this, show what you look like without makeup. Then, in person, it's a glow up for free.
I figure if you don't love me at my naked-faced gremlin, you don't deserve me at my 2006 MySpace mid-e-girl. I wanted this man to be vulnerable with me for so long. He finally called me yesterday and opened up, but the second he started crying, I lost all interest in him quickly. Women be like, men need to show their emotions. till a man shows their emotions. I told my husband not to buy me a Christmas present. I'm fuming that he actually isn't. Do not, I repeat, do not listen to women.
Don't listen to women. Shout out again to Basil the Pumpkin Seagull for being the new sponsor of the stream. So I had to do a little math there. And math is not my strong suit. Ruthless Admin says, are women or men okay? No. We're losing traditional families. Both genders have increasingly raised largely by single mothers with little to no presence of fathers and extended families for decades. You think it's in the voice? I don't hear it in the voice. I mean, I definitely see it in the face, but I don't know. I don't hear it in the voice. Basil said, makeup raises a woman's looks by 2 to 3 points. Make that 5 to 7. Bro, oh, you know what? If I can find it, we are there for sure. I have to, because I did not know how bad it was. And can you not do that on? So in case you didn't know, on your phone at least, if you just search a period, it'll show you your history. But I guess not. All right, give me 2 seconds here. I'm gonna play this, and I'm gonna try and find it on here. Oh, we got a bunch. All right, hold on. But yeah, dude. There's the TikTok filters. There's one, I think it's called like bold glamour or something. And I just thought it was like a regular, like I'd seen Snapchat filters, and I just thought maybe it added a little. But this girl's like, she's doing a TikTok, and she's on it, and like, I cannot believe people genuinely do TikToks with this filter on, and don't. I keep waiting for them to be like, "Isn't this crazy? I look so crazy," and then she turns it off, and it's like, you look like a different ass person. Maybe we can just do bold glamour filter before and after. Let's see what we can get here. So I mean, these aren't terrible. I wish you could see the one that I saw though. This one's pretty bad. Of course, it's going to be tiny, right? Like, again, you can't, it's not ideal. But trust me, this is the same person as this. And people just make TikToks like this, looking like this, as if it's how they actually look. So it's way more than 2 to 3 points, especially if you know how you're supposed to do it. But yeah, definitely point giver. CT said her naked face gremlin look must be Charlie. I mean, when you're right, you're right. When you're right, you're right. So Miller said, no crybabies. Yuck. Nobody really wants a long type talk about emotions. Yeah, but y'all tell us that we got to be more in touch with our emotions. Otherwise, we're going to be toxically masculine, right? I8 says, you will now. It's in the enunciation and the accent. All right, let's see it. I want to make some quick jokes about getting in a rhythm with my log. If anybody knows where that's from, and if that's what you were referencing, you will become my new best friend. M169 said, I've never appeared on a stream made up. That is my face. Well, you don't count. You're taken. You don't got anybody to impress. But it's beautiful anyway. Beautiful anyway. Basically, it's ironic that she was one of those who are probably 5 to 6 points above with all that makeup she is wearing now. I mean, I've never seen it without, but I mean, when I was 15, I loved the dark eyeliner look, but now I guess like it makes you look like a 15-year-old to me. That's just what I see. Hey, we got Harley in the building. Welcome to the party. Long time no see. Good to see ya. Basil says, we got that one. As if you said the like a Korean ladyboy. Yeah, all that make is kind of another level for special effects. Exactly. Yeah, it's all over the place. Oh, you can get it.
When they say this, oh, I'm going to McDonald's. Do you want anything? No. Bullshit. Get them fries. I will never forget this guy I was seeing didn't text me back for 3 days. And when he finally texted me, I was like, are you okay? And he was like, Yeah, I was just watching The Sopranos.
Makes sense to me. He uses the Moist Critical video where Charlie sends his staff to dress up as him to an award show instead of showing up is hilarious. I must have missed that. So filters are like makeup times 10. Agreed. Yeah, 169. That husband's the only one I think of in person. He asked me tonight if I was your co-host. Indeed, you were, and you did a fantastic job.
When you are on your third kid and third baby daddy at 23, it's the hypersexual personality with a breeding kink for me. Okay, for the last time, you do not have a breeding kink. That is called being a woman. It is not a
Yes, that is just how you are wired by being a woman.
fetish. It came free with your genetics. Someone just asked my due date. I am not pregnant. A reminder, once again, that unless a woman tells you she is pregnant, please don't assume. It's
Yeah, that's a bad one. And that one's been made fun of on TV and in movies all over the place. You should never even bring up pregnancy to a woman who you are not acutely aware is pregnant. I mean, come on. And 69 said, I'd just be calling it a hoe. I said, shit, me too.
really hurtful. Oh god, do not do this. I have seen this actually happen in real life. Yep. The internet will never know when I'm pregnant, by the way. They'll just have to assume I'm eating good. I was talking to this guy I met on Tinder, having the best conversations while we sipped on our boba, but when he found out my body count was close to triple digits, the conversation got quiet. He ghosted me after and blocked my Instagram, Snapchat, and TikTok. Do all guys really care that much?
Yes. That's it. Yes. Guys care. Context said, who's prettier, Sean Head or Melanie Mack? And I'm with Basil. Melanie Mack. Ooh. All right, so let's get a side by side. Let's see. I want a body shot. Oh, it's okay. Let's do this one. And see, she looks way better with less of the dark makeup than the super dark makeup. Oh, she's not really like a thirst trap. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. New tab. All right. So of course, again, as usual, the smallest fucking picture. We got Melanie Mack versus Sean Head. This is not a good one either. Get a good. I mean, we're watching the video, so that's the body on that. I'm gonna go with her, with Melanie Mack. I'm not super familiar, but yeah. Again, the whole makeup thing for Sean Head, it makes me think that she's 15, and I'm just like, it doesn't compute. Like, man. He's like, yup. Wants to be 100. Oh, yuck, yuck. Basil has the snap. There you go. That's it. Context, all you need to know is she's awesome. Well, if she's awesome and she looks like that, I am down. Oba said, women care more about how much a man makes than men care about women's body count, though. So it isn't really a double standard. Okay, fair enough. I'll take that. Basil said, see, those pics are perfect glamour shots. Almost any woman who is skinny will look hot with the perfect place makeup. Oba said, Melanie's hotter without makeup. But I think they all are. And depending on placement. I don't like when girls have arm tattoos. That's very masculine. But like if you have something like on your ribs or on on going down the thighs, I think that's sexy. But like being way tatted up, nah, I don't like that. But she's good enough. Good enough. Shout out to Nazir. Sorry if I said that incorrectly. Welcome to the party. So she's a right-wing grifter. Okay, fair enough. Libby said she got religion though, supposedly. Context said Millennium Mag is basically trad wife material who plays video games and reads comics. Well, hey, we might have different hobbies, but I'm about it. All right, let's jump back in here.
Found out my body count was close to triple digits, the conversation got quiet. He ghosted me after and blocked my Instagram, Snapchat, and TikTok. Do all guys really care that much? Maybe I should start telling my dates that I'm a virgin instead. Yeah.
And now we have more lying. Instead of realizing that, oops, I made a mistake, and now I need to adjust based on those mistakes. I just have to beat the system. Play it like a game. I mean, 3 is low. I would say 5. I would say under 10. Under 10. I can do under 10. But if you're past that, like no. If you are in double digits, too many. Too many.
Yes, guys care that much. And not just guys, and especially triple digits. If you're somebody who takes sex seriously and you think it's a special thing, or you're a virgin, or you yourself have a low body count, it's perfectly acceptable to care about body counts. But if you a hoe, or if you a man hoe, and you care about the other person's body count, you're a fucking hypocrite. But I feel like even if you are a hoe or a man hoe with like a 20-something body count, I feel like you could still judge someone who's in the triple digits. How do you even meet that many people? I don't.
That's always how I like. I mean, I get it. If you're a woman, you could just run through dudes. But even when you're a slightly above average dude, and you're like, how do you know this many people? I'm talking before Tinder days. Like, how did you know that many people? I've never met that many people. Certainly not that I want to sleep with. It says, I'm number 36. What are the chances 37 is already in her DMs? 100%. 100%. Basil said, women should care about a guy's body count as well. Do you want your man to be thinking about the 5 Stacys he's been with when he's with you? I mean, it should be of relevance, but it's not the same thing at all. It's not the same thing at all. Not even close. Context gotta leave. All right, brother. Happy Thanksgiving to you. You have a good one.
I don't even know 15 people. I'm gonna give this one a W because I'm just impressed. That's just impressive. When I got pulled over for speeding and the nice officer said I could just show him a picture of license instead because I forgot my wallet, and watched me scroll past multiple boob pictures, and I couldn't tilt my phone the other way because my dad was in the other seat. Okay, there is nothing more stressful.
I think we have enough women here. This is for the women. Do you keep nudes on your phone? Nudes of you. That I feel like there's a type that's gonna have her roster of I'm sending out nudes all the time. Obviously, we're talking if you're not on OnlyFans, because. I mean, I got a picture and that I didn't ask for, unsolicited, just for the record. And it was with a bunch of other pictures. But when I looked in my my photo gallery in my phone, it was not there. And I was like, I thought I got something. I scrolled back and it was from like three weeks ago. So I'm like, oh, okay. So I'm just curious, how many women keep nudes of themselves just on their phones? And like, again, I get it, but the idea behind, like, I can see pictures of boobs. The idea of like sexting and trading is that like, ooh, this is special. This is just for me. You're doing this right now for me. Like, that's, if you just have a picture laying around, I'm like, I ain't gonna turn it down. I'm just, you know what I mean? Basically, so the reason women don't care about a man's body count is because it's the man's responsibility to perform. More body count for a man equals better performance. There you go. There you go. And once these nights allow me to reintroduce the younger generation to Polaroids. Think about it. I mean, yeah, but that can get passed around just as easily. Maybe not as quickly, but just as easily. And once it's something physical out of your hands, I don't know. It's tough. It's tough.
And anxiety-inducing than handing someone your phone to show them a picture. And you're just like, okay, Okay,
Give it back.
Give it back. Because if they accidentally swipe, they're gonna be seeing your hentai horse futa. Am I right? Who among us does not have that on their phone? I remember
What?
one time I was so obsessed with a boy that I found out his address, his mom and dad's number. I would call his mom, and when she answered, I would make up lies about him so he got his phone taken away so he didn't talk to other girls.
What? That is crazy.
Found his family members' names, how many times he moved houses, what schools he went to, found all his family photos, found all the girls he messed with so I could become friends with them.
And she's got the crazy eyes. I mean, look, she's got the crazy eyes.
What's crazy is men will look at this and they'll be like, I can fix her. Okay, so when I was in 3rd grade, I had a crush on this guy, but he had a crush on this other girl, and I cried about it to my mom, and my mom was like, who cares? They're not gonna get married. And that made me feel better until I saw today that they did in fact get married. This reminds me when people are like, oh, like, don't worry, your school bully is gonna be fat and ugly in the future. No, my school bully is a fucking bodybuilder now. She could kick my ass.
Same. They could always kick my ass, but I'm just saying. Same. Sylvia Miller says, Scott and I were friends for several years, so he saw me at my worst in every way and still fell in love with me. I tell him he can't bitch now. He knew going in. Fair enough. Fair enough.
It's important to remember that you were not the main character, and sometimes good things happen to people you do not like. And honestly, you're 27 years old. Time to move on from your 3rd grade crush. A guy I was hooking up with told me I was getting chubby and I should eat less. I just ate an entire f***ing pizza. F*** you, Brian.
I don't think Brian cares, but I do think you just got fatter. I mean, I know I'm little, but I'm still a grown man. And I can't eat an entire pizza. I mean, I have before, but like, I can't plan to eat, like, what? You a fat bitch if you're eating an entire fucking pizza. Sorry. Zippy said, whole bunch of nothing.
Oh, no. Do not do this. Do not spite eat to get back at someone calling you fat. You go to the gym and you get... What is happening out there? Who is dying? The guy I really like ghosted me because I posted a TikTok about guys with piercings and he didn't have any. Honestly?
Wait, what? Wait a minute. The guy I like ghosted me because I posted a TikTok. So you posted a TikTok about guys with piercings. And he didn't have any piercings. So he ghosted you? I don't even, there's more, there needs to be more to this. What was the TikTok? Like, did you say something mean about, like,
me? Because I posted a TikTok about guys with piercings and he didn't have any. Honestly, kind of the man's L here. Women will often talk about what they're attracted to and what their type is, and they'll talk about like what men they find handsome, and like men who like that woman will like constantly obsessively.
Wait, did she not say large? I'm pretty sure it said large. Did I make that up?
Women up there, Jim, and do not pizza.
Entire. No. Okay. All right. This does not look like a medium pizza. Based on the size of the folds here. I mean, if you've ever worked in a restaurant where they serve pizza, I've folded a majillion pizza boxes in my day, and just the thickness of, you can see on the tabs here, that gives you a frame of reference for how big this is. I'm no expert, but I don't think this is a medium. I think this is a large. Yep. Oh yeah, what's our poll? I don't even remember what I asked. Oh yeah. So no, I mean, I guess you guys are married, but I mean, I would love to know. I think I'm going to put that as a community tab post because it can't be that rare. But it's also, that's what I'm saying, bro. It can't be that rare, but it weakens the whatever. All right, moving on.
Really like ghosted me because I posted a TikTok about guys with piercings and he didn't have any. Honestly, kind of the man's L here. Women will often talk about what they're attracted to and what their type is, and they'll talk about like what men they find handsome, and like men who like that woman will like constantly obsessively compare themselves to those features and those.
I see what happened. He didn't have any piercings, and she was like, oh my god, when a guy has piercings, it's like the hottest thing in the world. And so she's right. L on the dude. Like, well, I don't have piercings, so I guess I'll just not talk to her anymore. Self-fulfilling prophecy.
Those people, they'll be discouraged because they don't look anything like them. Like maybe she likes blonde hair and maybe he has brown hair. But if she likes you, she will make an exception. And maybe she's attracted to things she didn't even know she was attracted to.
Gentlemen, she will make an exception. Have you ever heard a woman say that she would, if you asked her that the minimum height that she would date, if she said 5'4", not a virgin, been in relationships, doing just fine, they will make exceptions if you create the circumstances that they want to make an exception.
Until she met you. Congratulations to the man who unmatched with me the moment I told him I was a journalist. Keep it classy, Middle America. Also, guess whose name I'm running through the court records tonight?
I guess that guy knows something that I didn't. Make sure you don't date journos, because then they're going to run your shit through court records.
What?
Why?
What a Chad. Do not date journos. You unmatched me on Tinder, so now I'm gonna run your name through the courts. Okay, psycho. Oh, of course she worked for Jezebel. Rest in piss.
Shout out to Jezebel. In case you didn't know, woke bullshit organization or paper that went down in flames to Jezebel. Their sweet tears, the Schadenfreude. Basil said it takes 20 minutes to feel full. Pizza is too easily ingested. If you eat 2 slices and wait 20 minutes, you'll feel satiated. Well, most people don't. If the whole thing is staring at you in the face. Basil is 5'7". So I mean, this is not how I eat. This is not how I eat pizza, anything else. I eat in little bits. So whenever I can have something that doesn't need to be hot, that's going to be ideal for me. Because I'm going to take 2 bites, I'm going to put it down, I'm going to do whatever else I'm going to do. I'm going to take another 2 bites, I'm taking it. So when I'm eating pizza, I might have, maybe the first the first slice, maybe it goes down. Like it's a slice of pizza. I'm not fucking two bites. But, let's say I'm going to eat 4 slices over the course of the meal. Then when I'm once I'm on that second slice, then again, probably taking a couple bites, putting it down on my computer, I'm on my phone, I'm watching TV, I'm whatever, I'm smoking, I'm doing whatever. Then get a little bit more high, get a little bit more munchy, a couple more, finish that slice. So I mean, I don't know if that's how everybody that everybody eats this way. Certainly not everybody eats the way I do, but point is that there's a spectrum in there. I don't know how relevant to pizza this is, but the 20 minutes to feel full, that's something my mom would always tell me. Yeah, 5 seconds. How's those 3 inches up there, buddy? 3 full inches on me. Let's just praise the gods, Basil. Let's just praise the gods that height and dick size are not correlated.
Women need to start using men for sex, sleep with them and block them, give them a taste of their own medicine.
Did they not start doing this?
Who wants to tell her? No, but really not.
Exactly. Like, what do you mean? This is the playbook.
Not all men do that, so now you're just contributing to this cycle of abuse. Do not do this, woman L. My boyfriend said he was into BDSM, so he'd have me doing burpees, planking, wall sits, and push-ups. I was into it, and he said he loves watching girls get pushed to their physical and mental limits when they submit to him. Then after a few months of this, he admitted he was just trying to get me in better shape because he didn't like having sex with me as much as he did at my old weight.
Beast! Epic! That is awesome. That is how you do it. Should you be offended? No! Do you look better? Is your boyfriend wait a minute. Actually, she's gonna address it, but I wear a 10. But yeah, why would you be mad? you're in better shape, you're healthier, you look better. So even if you want to leave him, you can get a hotter guy. What is there to be mad about? Yeah, I'm 69. Boss move. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. That's how you do it. That's how you do it. He never said you were I'm not attracted to you. He never insulted her. All he did was make her hotter and make her healthier. That's all that happened. Beza said, your genetics look like ectomorph. That phenotype is prone to not feel hunger as much as others. Well, if that's the defining thing, then definitely an ectomorph. Penis size doesn't matter as much. Ideal is 7 inches. Anything less is small. Anything larger could be too big, generally speaking. I've heard that anything over 6.5, which happens to be, it may or may not happen to be relevant to my personal, but I know that average is 5. So as long as above average, I'm all good. I never had complaints, so I'm good.
Should I be offended? Okay, this one is just funny. Wait, what are these ages? 18 and 29.
That's what I saw before. So
he didn't like.
So how many years? Okay, a few months. So I mean, it's still 11 years. That's but 18 is 18, you know what I mean?
Like having sex with me as much as he did at my old weight. Should I be offended? Okay, this one is just funny. Wait, what are these ages? 18 and 29. My old weight? Me and my boyfriend were hanging a TV and I told him to just let me do it. And now there's 30 holes in the wall. How do I tell him I need him to do it?
I little stories like that. It's just, remember how we started? Men are obsolete. Yeah, see, this is more in line with what I've heard, that anything over 7 inches is going to be painful, and obviously girth matters. You know, you got a 7-inch pencil, you're just gonna be poking her fucking uterus or something. But yeah. Bezos said 6.5 could look like 7 on smaller frames. The trick most P-Hub uses: tiny women and small framed men. I might need to change industries. Zuby said, I'm about 5. I am 5 and about half as wide. All right. I mean, we don't need to do this, but if you want to share, that's totally fine. And 169 said the stats seem to show that most women buy 6-inch dildos. I don't know. I was bringing it up, you know, as a thing about being short, and now everybody is just talking about the dicks. I don't know. It's a wild, wild place at the Indian Jesus party. Ruleless Admin said, ask the women how long her fingers are and if she can get herself off with them. If she can, and your D is longer, sex should be fine. Mostly jokes. Probably don't ask that. I mean, that's, you know, makes sense. I mean, you could also just fuck her and see how it is, but the logic is there.
Let your man do man things. Men were built for war and hunting, and now they're stuck in cubicles for 8 hours a day doing Microsoft Excel. The least you could do is let a man hang a damn TV.
Let a man be a man.
I don't care if you can open the jar yourself. Give it to him. Men in captivity need to feel like they have a purpose, or else they die. Do you notice that men are no longer persuasive? Once they ask you out on a date and you say no, that's it. These
Really? I am speechless. What is a man to do? What is a straight man to do in a world like this?
Men are no longer persuasive.
In case you missed it, once they ask you out on a date and you say no, that's it. I remember hearing lots and 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 lots of times and agreeing with the notion that no means no. Apparently not. And it's not even, you know, speaking of, it's complicated. One of the last It's Complicated videos that I did was a girl specifically addressing this. Like, no doesn't always mean no. I was like, it wasn't me. I didn't say it. She did. Make sure you are on tap chat, live chat, not top chat.
Once they ask you out on a date and you say no, that's it. These guys are told when a woman's
Yeah, look, guys, if you go here, if you go to top chat, then it'll just have like the highlights. But if you go to live chat, some messages such as potential spam may not be visible. Live chat, all messages are visible. If you just want to see the ballers in the building, you can do that as well. Now I'm okay. I was like, oh, did I mess up my whole never mind. Moving on.
says no, you out on a date and you say no, that's it. These guys are told when a woman says no, that means no, and they're correct. So if you say no, you better mean no. Apparently, like a large percentage of men aren't even approaching women anymore.
Yeah, because fuck that. I'm not trying to end up on your TikTok. I'm not trying to end up on, some story like, look at this fucking weirdo. This fucking creep is trying to do this to me. I want to go viral, but not because of you.
The amount of TikToks I have seen of women secretly filming men hitting on them, and the men are not even being creepy. They're being pretty normal. Maybe they're a bit awkward. And the caption's like, this creep was hitting on me. Whoa, how dare him? Like, how do you think your parents met? How are people supposed to meet people nowadays? Tinder? Like, you can't just walk up to a...
That's all we have. That's all we have. And so again, I want to circle back to, when we talk to, awesome women like M169, like Bailey, like Harley, like Stephanie, when we have these conversations with you guys and you're like, that doesn't match what I understand. We're aware of that. But we're telling you our experiences. And when you question it, I'm not saying that you're not allowed to hear something and have a natural reaction. I'm like, wow, that sounds weird. But when when men are talking about this and then you downplay it, even if you don't mean to, that is what causes men to be like, oh, okay, I don't get a positive reaction when I talk about my thoughts and my feelings. So I'm going to bottle it up. And then one day, I'm just gonna fucking explode and fucking kill somebody. It's all your fault, ladies. It's all your fault. Just kidding. But it does have a point. M169 said, I saw Benny Johnson short of a girl vlogging on a first date. If I was the guy, I'd have left. I said, shit, me too. CT223 said, we've talked about this a lot in the after party. You can't just approach women without being 6 foot or risk being put on blast. Yep.
A girl or guy you think is cute anymore, you have to be swiping on them. I am afraid we have Me Too'd a little too close to the sun, and now the men are afraid of speaking to us. Bingo. I asked my boyfriend if he wanted to rail me, and he said he was too tired. So we went to bed, and I literally woke up to him jerking it.
That definitely is a woman L.
Honestly, I can't decide whose L this is.
Oh, it's definitely hers. He had the choice. He made a decision. She did not. Give me 1 second. Shout out to Poon Cooter. Welcome to the party. Happy Thanksgiving Eve. Welcome to the party. I am just going to my parents' place. Laid back early dinner. Morty's not allowed, so I got to leave him here. I'm gonna go eat and come back and hang out with him. And maybe, if it's requested and I feel wanted and needed, maybe we'll do a members only stream. We'll see. Maybe. Stephanie said, we're not questioning it like we don't believe it. It's just so crazy that chicks act like this. I'm blown away by it. Yep, I hear ya.
Is it her L because he didn't want to have sex with her? Or is it his L for being too lazy? Perhaps she lays there like a dead fish. I don't know. Maybe just work out your issues in private. Why is this even on TikTok?
Agreed.
Wait, no, on second thought, do not work them out in private. This is great content. Please do keep posting. I gotta ask.
Actually, yeah, agreed. Can I see here? Nope, too big.
On a date today, and I blocked the guy because he asked me what I wanted to do instead of just telling me.
Oh my God! This type of shit infuriates me. the stuff like this, like whether you open the door, you don't open the door, where you immediately, it's like you understand that other women want to be asked. I don't fucking know you. Just tell me. I don't know. You pick the place. I would have done that anyway. The only reason I'm fucking asking you is because I did it for some other chick, and she's like, "No, you're gonna ask me." You cannot win. You are always a horrible creep. If you expressed any interest in women and you're not 6 feet tall and a Chad.
Listen, there is a reason women are so indecisive about things, about where to go, and especially about what to eat. It is in our blood. Back in the caveman times, we didn't have a choice. You hunted the mammals and you dragged them back to the cave. And that is what we ate. So you choose. You bringing home Chipotle is the modern man bringing home a mammoth carcass.
Shout out to CT223. So I normally lead with asking if they have a boyfriend, because I'm not going to be the extra guy in a relationship. Some girls will say yes and then still try to flirt. Like, nope, you're out. I'm not a game. There you go. Dilly to that. Have a little bit of goddamn self-respect. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. He had the option. He was like, nah. Maybe he was just tired and he didn't want to have to worry about her. And maybe 30 seconds up. Maybe he had a long day. And as Shu said, maybe she just sits there like a fish.
One time I was gonna have sex with this
dude
after a concert, and we went to shower off, and I did this naked little jig and went, "It's time to wash me holes," and he made me go home.
I did this little naked jig, and when it's time to wash me holes, and he made me go home. Bro, what? Okay, I just need a second.
No! No, don't fumble the quirky girl, no! I'm out eating-
Facts, bro! That's gotta be some top level dude. That is enough? Like, I mean, they're all like that. They're just not showing you. I'm right there with you.
With this guy, and he took the bill, and I offered to pay, and he said, "Okay, here."
Again, based, mega Chad, move. If she offers, it's fine. All right, this is how I talk to people. If you say a thing, then you get the thing, or I'm gonna respond to the thing. So he said they're screwing these poor guys up bad and not doing themselves any favors. Yep. Opus said, I wish more women had a sense of humor and acted on it. Yeah, exactly. And well said. So many women outgrew humor. But again, I think that has to do with the type of dude who is at the top of the food chain and doesn't really necessarily care about any one particular girl that he's with. It's just like, usually they don't need to develop much of a personality. And they're the ones that'll find that quirkiness, that humor, that stuff as weird. And because those are the guys that the women are after, then they just tamp down on all that shit. Where it's like, yo, I'm trying to get silly with you. And we get fucked up too, but I'm talking about, like, let's have silly, stupid jokes. Not there anymore. Poon Cooter said, you and that Shoe chick would make a nice couple. Go scoop that up, bro. Hey, Shoe, what's good? Take off some of the eye makeup. But she said she shows it without. So, whatever. You can, as long as she looks good without it, I'm down. You wear whatever the fuck you want on your face.
I love this trend of women being like, I want this, and men being like, okay, and women being like, wait, no, not like that. For the love of God, just say what you mean. Men do not know how to play these mind games. These boys autistic out here.
Yup. Treat us like we're autistic. Say the thing that you mean. If you don't mean a thing, don't say it. If you mean to express something, then say it.
A guy wrote to me on Tinder calling me quite the catch because I like nachos and Always Sunny. So I wrote back saying, well, if you're impressed by that, you should see my tits. And he unmatched me. I literally have no idea what men want.
Okay, that's definitely a dude, L. That's the dude's L. I mean, come on. Come on.
See, this is a woman who has on her mind that men want sex, 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 and nothing else. So she came out too strong right out of the gate and scared him off. I was on a block.
I mean, fair enough. I certainly would not take you seriously. But, I mean, if you're trying to, you know what I mean?
Blind date. The guy opened up Tinder while sitting there with me and was swiping on girls. I guess I wasn't interesting enough. Ha
ha ha
ha. Oof. A lot of pain in that ha ha. What's the
Oh, yeah. Stephanie Miller says, what was she thinking? These girls are so focused on showing how independent they are, they have no clue how great a real man and partner is. Yep. Emma said, no. These boys aren't autistic. These girls just playing stupid ass games. Let's go. Let's go.
hardest thing you ever had to say? It's me or the PlayStation. He took the PlayStation over his marriage and 10-year relationship.
I'm not surprised. It's not about the PlayStation, honey. Enlightened blonde. Okay.
Oh my god. You know, I always say if somebody offers you an ultimatum between them and something else, take the something else.
That's pretty good advice. Rule of thumb. Not always, but that's a good rule of thumb. He's like, if it's a PlayStation 5, it has a preference.
But in this case, I don't know, a PlayStation? Like, maybe there's more to the story, but ending
Obviously, there's more to the story.
A 10-year relationship and marriage over a PlayStation?
I just came to the realization why I'm single. Every guy...
Okay, so, gentlemen in the chat, put a 1 in the chat if you would be willing to wife her up. 1 in the chat if you'd be willing to wife her up. 2 in the chat if you say no.
And I'm like, oh yeah, he's attractive.
Wait till the end.
I see their wives and they just look like so like
feminine.
You know?
And peaceful.
Not like this. You know, like I pretend my tattoos are gone. That's why guys don't want to wife me up. I thought these men wanted like, you know, big, strong, tough girls.
Okay, so
nope.
first...
Nope. Now again, I think she's very pretty. I think she's very, very pretty. I'm not a fan of the tattoos on the arms, like I said before, but I would not kick her out of bed. But getting all the piercings, getting all the tattoos, and getting jacked, who the fuck told you that is what men are looking for? Who told you that? We got a 1 from Opus. She's based. Fair enough. 1. Fair. CT said, Shu nails it with this one. I agree with Shu's take here. Well, word up. We haven't heard that yet, but we'll get into it. She has 12-inch arms and thinks that's big. I mean, that's not really the point here, but I get the frustration, but she may be too cray-cray. I mean, just based on, like, you can tell a little bit based on facial expressions and tone of voice. She seems like a normal person.
You know, like...
And she's looking out into the world, and she's seeing, oh, I'm different than these other women. There's something that's not like me. So there is a self-awareness here.
I pretend my tattoos are gone.
Wait, you know what? Let's do this. What was it? I don't know why I did that. PBT Fitness. Nope. All right. Well, she's not that, or as big as she is, I guess she's not that popular. Oh, I'm on this one. Weird. That was their official account. I mean, I don't know official, but that was the account. I was gonna try and see, like, you know, get a different look. This is a weird page. What is this? Anyway, but yeah, she seems like a normal-ish girl. Yeah, she looks like she could be a country girl. And she's got, you know, a very feminine face. She's got soft features. She has that awareness that I was talking about. But she's realized she's realized that, oh, I was going after the wrong things. I spent all this time trying to look a certain way because I thought that's what men wanted. And I didn't ever stop to ask, is this what men want? Stephanie says she seems like the perfect middle ground. Like she would be a partner, but not need a man to do everything for her. I'd set her up with my guy BFF. Yeah, like I said, she seems, like a cool girl, but obviously the types of men she's going after have the options of girls that look like her and girls who look better than her.
That's why guys don't want to wife me up.
And watch the realization happen in my eyes. This is called hitting the wall. Yep.
I thought these men wanted big, strong, tough girls.
Okay, so first of all, she will find a man, okay? She's adorable, she's self-aware, she's just a little quirked up white girl with tattoos.
Hey, shout out to Darshan McAway in the building. Welcome to the party. Another awesome YouTuber and pillar of this community. Guys, just dropped the link to his channel. Doing his damn thing with the live streams. Please go check him out. Welcome to the party, Darshan. Always good to see you, brother.
Tattoos. Who doesn't like a little quirked up white girl with tattoos? I personally love tattoos. I love piercings. If I wasn't such a pussy, I would look like this. In high school,
yeah, that's too much. So whatever that was, that's too much. And if you that other girl, she had vines or something where it's not like a whole. Well, if you have a sleeve, that's too masculine for me. That's too masculine. If you have little things here, and I do in general like tattoos, how they look on people in general, but there's a diversion from okay, I like the way that looks versus I want to fuck that. You know what I mean?
I was so determined to get an Avenged Sevenfold logo on the back of my neck. So happy that didn't happen. But anyway.
I thought that was her. Oh, man, that's so funny. An Avenged Sevenfold. I've seen those.
Men do like her style. And trust me, judging by the internet, men love muscle mommies. But if she's not attracting...
Okay, well, let's do that one. One.
Style. So trust me, judging by the internet, men...
Okay, 1 in the chat if you would hit. 2 in the chat if you would not. She looks tall. That's the only thing. She looks fucking gigantic. She looks like 7 feet tall. I would hit it, but she's not. I'm not mad at it at all. The thing is, here's what I'm realizing as I'm looking at this, is that Zippy's made his thoughts known. The thing is, I'm realizing is that a flat stomach is so not a thing anymore. There we go. I mean, she's definitely, her body's definitely better than her face. I wouldn't call her butterface. She's definitely cute. But yeah, the idea of the notion of a flat stomach. Like when I was in high school, the trend was low-rise jeans like this, where you would see the little V, and the little whale tail will be sticking out the back. The hot girl sits in front of you in class. But this is very attractive. I don't need abs like that. But this part here, and she is kind of leaning back a little bit, but that's a thing of the past. Like just having a flat stomach. I don't think that really is a thing. You're either this or you're fat. Could be the camera angle, and is a low angle. She is also leaning back. Girls know how to use the angles, but we're just kind of getting a perspective from all you guys. So he says something in another language. Pooncooter said, "I can hear her copy of Karl Marx Das Kapital through the walls." Oh my God. Yeah, Darshan said I need a different pose to make a decision, because that's way too. But she definitely has the arms, so it's like it's either your type or not. But I genuinely am not in favor of the cut women. I just want you to be not fat. So I would prefer that you have a stomach like this than you are you have a belly. You know what I mean? Basil said, girls that are 15% body fat, that 15% body fat like that look good, but feel bony. 25% or even 30% feels much better. Yep, I'm with you, 100%.
And love muscle mommies. But if she's not attracting the type of men she wants, she could just easily soften up her style. She could take the nose ring out. She could put her hair down. I'm not gonna say L or W. This is kind of neutral. I'm leaning towards W because she's so self-aware about it. But I think
okay, that's fair enough. I'll give her that. The self-awareness is much bigger W than the L is for being a modern woman.
she's gonna make it. We're all gonna make it, queens. If a man leaves you after you've cheated, he clearly wasn't a real man. What? Real men would work through it and help you become a better woman.
No.
They accept you with all your flaws. When I thought my man was cheating on me, so I slept with his dad, but actually he was just planning on his proposal to me and I ruined it.
Bruh. When I thought my man was cheating on me, so I slept with his dad. Not his friend, not his neighbor, not his roommate, but his dad. Who actually slept with his son's to-be. Oh, I mean, all right. I mean, you know, whatever floats your boat. Yeah, we got a bunch of epic fail. Yeah. Woof is right. What?
When you go through his phone to see if he's cheating, but you find screenshots of you cheating.
If she is dead set on making sure she has your passwords and she's got to get into your phone, I guarantee you it's because she's done some shady shit or is currently doing some shady shit. So what I say is to, number one, not do shady shit. Keep your passwords, keep your privacy, and then when they come, I don't want to look at your phone. Okay, I want to look at yours too. Easy, done. Hey, we got Miss Anthropic Altruist. Welcome to the party. So wait. Is Thanksgiving Eve as a party night a Jersey thing? Or is that, like, put a 1 in the chat if everybody from your high school goes to, like, the local whatever on Thanksgiving Eve every year. And put it 2 if you've never heard of that. That's true. While we're counting. Dilly. Projection. I forgot to cut that. Okay. All right. Yeah. That's okay. All right. So yeah, obviously, MA is never participated. Okay, so you got really. Wow, this is something that, like, after high school, like when we were all in college, but we still, like, kept in touch with, you know, our high school group. Like, that was the biggest thing because everybody's in town for Thanksgiving, and it's not Christmas Eve. So let's go to the bar. It's the same way. You see everybody that you know. That's a huge thing. Crazy. Y'all need to get a fucking life.
His phone to see if cheating, but you find screenshots of you cheating. When you checked his phone to see if he's cheating, but found nothing, then suddenly he said, "My turn."
Yep.
Listen.
Ooh.
If your partner wants all of your passwords and constantly wants to see your phone, reads all your texts and wants access to all your accounts all the time, and accuses you of cheating on them randomly, that's most likely projection, and they are cheating on you. Not all the time.
I mean, she said projection. Projection. I need to listen to when I do that to see if it comes out the way that I think that I want it to sound. Because I can hear it here, but I don't know how. I've never looked on it. But anyway, moving on. Yeah, CT said it's big for the college. Okay, maybe that's it. Because I grew up like right next to Rutgers, which is, you know, like the New Jersey State school. And so maybe that has a big thing to do with it. But yeah, it's big for a college crowd because it's the first time a lot of people come home. Yep. May said, leave it to the alcoholic Jerseyites to make up an extra night to get drunk. There we go. Fuck. Yeah. No, but it's a real thing, bro. I swear. Right? You know how to find them.
Sometimes they have trust issues, maybe from a different relationship. In these cases, yes, it was projection. Mom of two leaves.
Oh, she said it! She said it! Projection! I'm trying to. I just realized now I'm trying to do a little bit of a Bruce Buffer kind of thing. Instead, his is it's time. What I'm trying to do. Projection. I'll work on it.
Her husband of 14.
Let's back her up. We got an older one. We got an older one.
In these cases, yeah.
We got a boomer lady fucking up.
Yes, it was projection. Mom of two leaves her husband of 14 years for a stranger she was convinced was her soulmate after one magical night at a conference, only to be ghosted by him.
Oof. Yikes. I don't think she can.
I'm sorry, are we supposed to feel bad for this bitch? Because I don't. Men, if the DNA confirms the baby is not yours, it doesn't change the fact that you must take responsibility of the baby.
What?
Excuse me? If the DNA confirms the baby is not yours?
What? Oh, hell no.
Smart man. Holy shit. And 169 is like, nope.
Women go through a lot in marriages, and women deserve better. What? Woman, 37, stabs husband multiple times after finding explicit photos of another.
This is what I'm telling you guys. This is what's out there. It's not all women. But it's too many. It's too many women. Why are they like this? Somebody said she is the cutest Connie alive at the moment. It is what it is. That's funny because I8 over on Twitch called her a right-wing grifter. Politics, right? He's like, wow, even that one shocked me. All right, let's see what this one is. Aw, I hate when it doesn't line up like that.
37, stabs husband multiple times after finding explicit photos of another woman that turned out to be her when she was thinner. No!
Talk about it now. Holy.
Oh! This man texted me, "Thank you for showing me what it feels like to be loved.
Oh, okay.
I can't wait to make you my wife someday. It's gay shit like that that makes me want to cheat."
Is there a reason I should not give up? Is there a reason? Should I just continue slamming my head into the wall? Or should I try the desk this time? Basically said I had an ex explode on me because she gained 30 pounds and I lovingly pointed it out. I'm sure you did. But yeah, I mean, it's like, you got fat, bitch. It's not my fucking fault. As long as you don't say it like that. Like, goddamn.
I can't wait to make you my wife someday. It's gay shit like
again, can we just take a moment? Stephanie. They're not all like this. There are a few sprinkled in that are not like this. But I can definitely tell you, I'm glad that you are here to witness this. Because you could make an endless amount of these videos. There's what I mean, how many? All right, let's see if we can count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. We're about 20. So like maybe 50 different examples in this one video. That's a half an hour long. 50. How many women are out there? A lot more than 50. I'm like, yeah, exactly. I'm at 69. You are exactly right. It's bullshit like this that drives men to MGTOW. And, you know, I was there for a while, and I just decided, like, I don't want to associate with a group that's about this. I essentially live as a MGTOW guy, but, you know, as some of you know, there was a woman who was dropped into my life, and I was like, all right, let's see what's good. So I'm not exactly on that, but Basil is. And I don't blame anybody. And so is, you know, obviously Misanthropic Altruist has, you know, his whole community as well. And every breakup is a favor. I don't know. But yeah, it's not about hating women at all. It's just not, yeah, right. Who hurt you? The bitch who fucking broke my heart. That's who. What you mean? When I did shit like this, and she said shit like that. That's who hurt me.
Like that makes me want to cheat. Women be like, wow, thanks. This is why it's so fucking hard to convince men to open up. I hope and pray this king has found someone who actually appreciates him.
Probably not though, right?
When he cheated on me with the same girl my other ex cheated on me with.
Why did you pick her? Because she paid attention to me and talked to me.
Girl, that isn't your average hoe. That's your arch nemesis. You need to either defeat her in battle or commit seppuku right now. No other.
Yep, exactly. Exactly, Basil. This is where we're in the same spot. We are in the same spot. You get it.
Nemesis. You need to either defeat her in battle or commit seppuku right now. No other way. Betrayed. I suggested an open marriage to my husband to spice up our sex life. He then fell for his lover and I was heartbroken.
Oh no. I couldn't have told you that was gonna happen.
Many such cases. Woman wants to open up the marriage.
Yep.
Man finds someone else and
Yep.
leaves with her. Because as soon as you open up the marriage, he's not going to take it seriously anymore because you're not taking it seriously anymore. And a lot of people just can't be polyamorous. They can only be monogamous. They can only give their love and intimacy to one person at
I'm that kind of person. And now that because women's sexuality has changed so much, like that puts me in a category of, well, you only talk to like one woman at a time. Like what? Where that used to be the standard. And so because that's another reason that, you know, obviously we're pointing out all these women as a reason why men go MGTOW or just stop engaging. But it's also, you know, fuck, I lost my train of thought. What did you just say?
Amorous. They can only be monogamous. They can only.
Oh, yeah. The other thing is that I am very acutely aware that if there's any woman that I find attractive, then there's at least, as Ragnarok here is saying, welcome to the party. Shout out to you. She got 5 other dudes that she's talking to right now. And I mean, I you have to be somewhat okay with that if you decide to continue dating. But I'm not trying to do that. Like, I get it. You have your roster. You do whatever. I mean, it's not though. It never was. That's not how women ever were until the government and corporations started telling women, hey, you should do this. And now we're seeing that those women that were taught that in the late 70s, early 80s, now are getting to the point where that doesn't work anymore, and they're not happy about it. Specifically because it's not nature to get fucking ran through by dick after dick after dick after dick after dick and not give a shit. That is not nature. And so if you're not going to at least show me that you're willing to put your roster away for the right guy. I'm not saying you have to, like, we start talking and you can't talk to anybody else. That's not what I'm saying. It would be ideal, but you have to be willing at least to drop that at some point if I am that guy. If you're not ever willing to drop your roster, then we don't have a conversation. Okay, please explain here. Let me, I'll drop the link. You can come up and explain to me how being a whore is nature. We'll wait. No? Oh, okay. That's what I thought.
Give their love and intimacy to one person at a time. So L, common open marriage L. Getting 2 jobs and telling my boyfriend that I'll work 70 hours a week so I can pay the bills so he can find his dream job, to find out he was cheating on me on the days I worked 16 hours. When he went on Tinder.
So she brushes by that one. But here's the thing, is that
to find
getting 2 jobs, let's do this. Getting 2 jobs and telling my boyfriend that I'll work 70 hours a week so I can pay the bills, so he can find his dream job, to find out he was cheating on me on the days that I work 16 hours. This is like, okay, I think I misread this. All right, never mind. Moving on. Basil said people should go into it with the idea of lifetime partnership. Full stop. Putting away a roster is already a fail. I understand that. I'm acutely aware of that. But it is what it is. And I'm not at the place where I'm willing to, like, if I meet a girl and she's talking to 5 other dudes and she's willing and she's legit and she's willing to stop talking to those other dudes, that's less than ideal that she is talking to those dudes. But I still get an awesome chick who's exclusive to me. That's all I want. I agree with you that the roster, but they all have a roster. So that's the difference between being MGTOW and not. And so while I am disengaged from dating, that doesn't mean that I am unaware of what dating is. Santropic Ultra said somebody should have warned us about all this, about stuff like this. Yeah. That worked out, right? Not Ragnarok. Sorry, Ragnar. Close your eyes and let your imagination go wild as bro or sis.
What? What?
Okay. Still waiting for you to come on up and make any little bit of sense. What should we do? And we get yep, exactly. So I said, no, don't move on. It's the kind of girl you want. Which one? We've been breezing through a bunch of different messages. Basil said, which is why I've disengaged at all. I will hold up my ideals. Fair enough. Like I said, I have no qualms with that. Ruthless Admin said, during times that the hunter-gatherer was the norm, men and women fulfilled very different roles. If a woman in those times was promiscuous, I don't think we'd call them a whore. Sure, okay. Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about. We need full thoughts, full sentences.
Find out he was cheating on me on the days I worked 16 hours. When he went on Tinder right in front of me, an hour after taking my virginity. I nursed my cheating husband back to health from severe brain trauma. Then he cheated again. Okay, so I know this is about women posting their L's, but goddamn, these men ain't shit. No wonder there's so many insane, broken harpies coming at me when I talk about male loneliness. And no wonder there are so many men who think all women are lying whores. Y'all are destroying yourselves. Stop cheating.
Yep. It's that simple. It seems simple because I guess I grew up in a world where you didn't have to focus everything about your sex and your gender and having sex and doing, and like people, I was just around people. I guess I lost my virginity at a young age, and I don't know. I don't have the answers, guys. I don't have the answers. It's just it's just a Thanksgiving Eve. I'm just trying to have some fun. All right. I don't know what else to do. Stephanie Miller said the one that worked 2 jobs for the douchebag that cheated. She's willing to be a partner, but chose a shitty man. Indeed. Yep. And then she's going to go blame every other dude for what that dude did. as it is, as it goes.
Is it that hard to not f someone? I don't think so. Look at my audience. Full of people who haven't done that.
I mean, the whole time I was seeing him,
Oh God. Oh God. Oh God. All right. Let's just take a breather. It's the Whatever Podcast. And whenever you see a clip, you know it's going to be that clip. So let's just take a drink real quick. All right. We ready? Let's do this.
I was kind of just using it as a psychology experiment. I didn't really like the guy. I more just wanted to see if I could break his heart. What? It was fun.
So did you break his heart?
It was fun. Oh, I'm ready, brother. I'm ready. The link is pinned at the top of the chat. If you have the answers, we are ready. Come on up and give us the answers, please. If you have answers, then you're leaving a lot of men in the lurch right now. So if you got answers, come on up and let us know. Zippy said, all I can come up with as a total population, a whore just adds numbers. Some tribal systems had no couples. Men and women live mostly apart, not a community. I mean, sure, maybe. I don't see how this is relevant to what, how women are today. Like how women are today is not applicable to how women were before. There's a change. So if we're talking about how women were before, then we're not saying there's anything wrong with that. The issue is that it changed. Already she's gross. Yep. But he said, I'd like to see women come to the office dressed like that and see how fast they get sent home. Yeah. Well, depending on who the boss is, right? Ragnar says, I know a guy's mom in a scarf who got sold to her uncle for a debt from 1787. His head is disformed and his dick is mutilated. Brilliant. Yeah, bro. I thought, where you at? You ain't gonna tell me you're too afraid to be on a YouTube stream. You got your own channel. Where you at? This is the beware of the Ides of March. Beware of the false idols. Actions, not words.
I wanted to see if I could break his heart. It was fun.
So did you break his heart then?
Just a wee bit. I hope I did a little damage.
Demon!
Why? What is it that you have to gain from that? Is it just the schadenfreude? Is that really it? Okay. Cope, bro. I mean, that's fucking cope. Don't say shit like I have all the answers when the link is pinned to the chat. And be like, oh, no, I'm not going to do that. I'm inviting you onto this show to say what it is that you have to say. You said, I have the answers. Y'all ain't ready. I'm telling you, I'm fucking ready. Anybody else who's not ready can fucking leave. If you got answers, come and give them. Otherwise, all the men that don't have the answers, including myself, apparently, you're saying, fuck you. I'm giving you the opportunity. I don't know what answers. Shout out to K Ram. Welcome to the party. Apparently, Misanthropic Altruist has all the answers. And the link to come join the show is pinned to the top of the chat. But, he's all location, you know? All right, brother. Whatever you say. Zibita Strange said, modern society is sleeping around as to communal chaos. Thus, it is not good. Exactly. Even in the past, agrarian systems needed strict family structures to protect the community. Indeed. Exactly. Hello. Welcome. Good to see ya.
Demon! Be gone, vile woman! Congratulations, you have created another person with trust issues. People like this should be in jail. People like this should be in prison. People like this should be thrown in the pit. Remembering the time he came home and told me he cheated on me, so I slept with him and made him tell me I was better.
What?
That's the kind of shit. I don't know if Darshan, if you're still here, but when we were doing the I Didn't Read Your Book podcast, and you tell me you have a book called Girlfriend versus Wife Duties, and I'm like, how is a man in, the post 2000s writing a book telling women how they should behave if they want to be a girlfriend, or how they should behave if they want to be a girlfriend. And he's just like, oh, well, women were asking me. I'm like, oh, okay, we live different lives. Shout out to a guest. We have Kay Ram. Welcome to the party. How are you doing?
Oh my god, I didn't think it was actually gonna work. This is my first time.
All right, well, welcome.
Oh my gosh.
What did you have to say about all of this?
I don't even know. I was just looking on YouTube, like, because I was bored looking up lives, and so you popped up.
I'm here.
And then I don't even know where you had left off with, but I just saw a live, like, was it Sunday from that place? I don't know. What were you referring to with all the dudes talking to the girls? Like, what's their channel?
You're talking about Talking Shit?
You were showing clips from it like 2 minutes ago, like about the girl breaking some dude's heart.
Oh, on the whatever. Yeah, no, I haven't been on the whatever podcast, but
Yeah, that
we talk
one.
about
I
it all
just
the time.
saw that Sunday, and I was like, "Oh my god,
nice.
these girls are crazy."
Nice.
But yeah. Oh my god, I didn't even get ready. I didn't think it was gonna actually be on the thing.
Well, our whole thing is that we prefer fresh-faced women. We don't want you caked up with all of this stuff. And so, that's kind of been the running theme through this show, that, just talking about the differences with men and women and dating. So let me just throw it to you on a very vague level. How do you feel about the state of dating in 2023?
Oh my gosh, I think that I don't know. I think women have come away from family values, and they've just gotten a lot more scandalous with how they present themselves. And it's just not a good look for women. And it's sad because there's so many good guys out there that are like looking for like a real companion, and they're not getting heard, and they're not getting seen for like the strong men that they really are. And it's just like, it's really sad because like all these girls have been like, I don't know how it happened even where girls are like acting like that. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean it's definitely a whole thing, but and as obviously as a man, and I'm a straight man, I'm coming from these dating issues from a straight man's perspective. So obviously my issues are with what women do, but we have a lot of women here. We'll talk about like, oh, men doing this and men doing that. But most of the women who are part of the community are married or engaged, and so they've been out of the dating market for a long time. Are you currently in a relationship? Are you dating around?
I actually am flipping married for 12 years.
Oh, congratulations. So yeah, you're another one that you'd probably be much like we have M169 in here, we have Stephanie Miller in here, and they are also part of the Discord community where we do an after party after the stream, and so we don't have to worry about like the YouTube censors and all that stuff. And so we get into these discussions, we're able to have them on a much more visceral level, and they're all like, women don't do that. Come on. And we're like, nah, it really do be like that.
The only reason I looked into it more further, though, is because I saw girls on his phone, and I was like, oh my gosh, is he like doing something? And then I looked into the whole OnlyFans world, and I had no idea that it even existed.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I
wild
mean?
out there. It is wild out there. And so you said 12 years you're married?
Yeah, 12 years.
Congratulations.
So I like when we started dating was in like 2009, but it was more before the apps, before Tinder, before Hinge, before it was like MySpace only.
Yeah, that's definitely the biggest change. Like the dating, I think they've just ruined everything. And so I don't know how much of the stream you actually saw, but have you seen some of these women taking L's and messing up their own situations that we've been just going over?
No, all this is like super new to me. It's super fresh, super completely new, so I need to search over here.
Okay, cool. So why don't we look at one of them and then we'll have a little chat.
Yeah.
Home and told me he cheated on me,
We'll
so I
do the
slept
next
with
one.
him and made him tell me I
that's,
was better.
you know.
When I found out my boyfriend was cheating on me, instead of breaking up, he had me and the other girl give speeches on why he should stay with either of us. And when he chose me, I took him out to dinner and got him thank you presents.
See, that is the kind of thing that would never happen to me. That would never happen to me. Would you ever be in the situation where your husband cheated on you and he's like, all right, I'm gonna pick one of you. Proceed. Or would you, I mean, is that,
No,
that's
definitely not. That's crazy.
it's crazy, right? Crazy.
Yeah, no. Mm-mm.
Yeah, the OnlyFans thing is crazy. Men throwing away their money. What a waste. Completely agree on that. All right, so let's dive into the next one here.
Never was much of a romantic. I used to beg him to stop cheating on
Oh
me
my
by
God.
giving him money. Me remembering the time I walked in on my boyfriend cheating on me and I left and came back 5 minutes later and asked to join. They declined.
Oh my God! Decline. Your boyfriend is having sex with somebody else in a cheating context, and you leave. You don't say anything.
Mm-hmm.
And then you come back and ask to join. Let's just stop there. What message do you think is being sent? Exactly, Stephanie. What message do you think is being sent to that guy? When it's like, no, that was the wrong way to handle that. Exactly. Then she asked to join again, not the right way to go about it, and she was declined. How much you want to bet she stayed with that guy? It's sad. It's crazy. It's crazy.
Women, get some self-respect. Holy sh**, I would say you could do better, but honestly, I don't know anymore.
I'm with you. I condemn all three. I'm a monogamous. I'm an old school romantic. All that shit. You know, I mean, come on. And are we getting some answers? Miss Anthropogulture just said, Basil, Passport Bro is an option with as many cons as pros. I wouldn't recommend it. Okay, so what would you recommend? I'm telling you, we are ready. We are ready. You have the link. K-Ram figured it out. I think you're smart enough to figure it out, right?
I know. I figured it out the first time.
There you go. And he's just scared. He's shy and he's scared. And it's all right. We're all friends here, but we understand.
Turn up the cheat. All women should have an affair once in their life. It made me feel sexier and look younger.
I don't know how it would make you look younger. But yeah, I definitely would think that cheating on your husband would make you feel sexy because you're having sex with somebody who you're not supposed to have sex with.
Ew.
Not a good thing to do.
Ew.
Have you been faithful in all your 12 years?
Yeah, I've been faithful.
Good girl. There we go.
Yeah.
There we go.
First of all, did it? Second of all, this is the kind of shit the average woman has blasting into her mind 24/7. And you wonder why like 45% of them are destined to be single in 2030. And on the flip side, you have all these like manosphere red pill people excusing cheating, but that's a video for another day.
Yeah, that's and again, that's why. So if you're not familiar with the channel, I used to talk a lot more about the specific red pill and the manosphere and the Andrew Tate and all that kind of stuff. But it drifted far away from it drifted far away from helping men, and it turned into just like shitting on girls. And I was like, okay, I don't need this anymore. Are you familiar at all with like that space of the internet?
What is the red pill? I keep hearing that reference and I don't know what that is.
So it's a reference to the Matrix. You saw the original movie, The Matrix? And so you see that scene where Morpheus is giving Neo the choice of the two pills. He said, you can take the blue pill, and you wake up in your magical world and forget this ever happened. Or you take the red pill and you learn the truth. And so the idea is that the world that we're living in is like a simulation, and it's made to just be, happy and fun and whatever. And that's the blue pill, taking the blue pill, going back into the dream world, into the simulation, versus taking the red pill, which is, accepting reality. And so that has been, turned into a metaphor for other things. So people will use it in the political context, where if you believe everything that Joe Biden says, then you'd be blue pilled. But if you know that, oh, there's definitely somebody behind this doing that, then, and it's true, it's not some crazy conspiracy thing, then that would be more red pill, understanding of the truth.
Okay, so what's your reality for the red pill, like pertaining to women?
So that's where the other common usage is when it comes to dating. And so the blue pill would be believing, which for a very long time I did, believing that, things like Disney movies and rom-coms are an accurate portrayal of how you should try to attract a woman. And I did that for a long time. I was just like, I think I'm a kind, genuine person. So I'm just going to be that.
Yeah.
That doesn't work. And so I'm just not like the guy who's going to be like, oh, okay, I'm just going to be a dick now. So I personally, much like many other men who are not willing to do that, have kind of just stepped back from dating in general. And I'm not in this MGTOW, MGTOW, standing for men going their own way, which is just a rejection of dating altogether. I'm not that far. If some beautiful lady drops herself into my stream or to my Discord or into wherever, and she wants to talk me up, hey, we can have a conversation. But yeah, it's the taking the red pill, meaning coming to understand okay, women are not all women, but there are many women who will do the types of things that we're looking at in these videos, who will, you saw the whatever podcast clip where she was like, oh, I just broke his heart just for fun. It's understanding that is not that's not uncommon. That may not be every woman, but that's not uncommon. There's a lot of
that breaks my heart.
I mean, shit, tell me about it. I'm looking for one, and they and exactly. So when you don't show that you have the the masculine features that I'm that guy, then you get put into the friend zone, and so you don't get you don't get the opportunity, especially like you were talking about with the dating apps. Like, I'm a short dude. I'm only 5'4". I'm skinny as hell. So but I think I'm pretty fucking cute. I think I'm funny. I think I'm smart. And so when I have the opportunity to have a conversation with a woman, then it's a very different experience than me having to put a picture up and say, hey, I'm the little brown guy. Do you want to give me a chance? It's like, I don't even blame y'all. I don't even blame y'all for swiping left and saying, hell no.
Oh my God.
That's unfortunately the world we're living in, and similar to how you're reacting, a lot of the other women who've come into this space are like, really, maybe you're just hurt, maybe you're just this. I'm like, okay, maybe, but we have more and more and more and more examples that it's just not that women aren't this way, it's just that you happen not to be like most other women. It's like, that's why we like you here. Because you're not like that.
That's hard because I know. And then I was thinking, should I change myself? Should I be like these women who are ruthless, heartless, and just because it's I feel like
you're not. No.
Was I being stupid for putting myself out there to be fully committed while somebody else is looking around, and it's what's the point at the end of the day?
Exactly.
You lose it no matter what.
Yeah, and that's exactly what I was just talking about. Is that I'm a monogamist. I don't want to be in some situation where I'm talking to two girls, or you're I'm talking to you and you're talking to. I'm just not interested in that. And so, but because of the reality that's generally speaking, most women have a roster of however many dudes that they're talking to at the same time. So there's always somebody that they can talk to. Because as a man, who's not, maxed out in their stats, I don't have the option to just I mean, I have friends, but in terms of romantically, there's 0 people that I could just be like, oh, hey, let's hang out, or hey, do you even want to have a conversation right now? In a sexual romantic, like, I would have to go on Tinder. I would have to go out to the, I have to go do that. But it's because I've made an assessment of what is the landscape. It's okay, if I'm a short guy, I'm a skinny guy, I'm a broke guy, and I have a YouTube channel with 14 people watching, then let's get those numbers up. Okay, I'm not going to get any taller, but I could definitely start working out. I could definitely get more money. I could definitely get, and those things will open the door for me for women to be like, okay, well, he's short, but he's cute. I'll see what's good with him. He's short, but he's got muscles, so I'll see what's good with him. And so I've had to understand that that is the landscape. So I8 here has a question for you. Are you familiar with the term simp? S-I-M-P.
I actually heard that. I heard that on the podcast last week. So is it like a guy that will do anything for you?
Pretty much, yeah. So that's, yeah, simping. So and there's a thin line between being. I'm trying to stay away from using the term nice guy, because we all know what that means. But being a genuinely good guy who wants to, share love and affection and all that stuff. The difference is, a simp is somebody who is going to try to win you over by saying, okay, if I give you this attention or this money or this gift, can I exchange that for your affection? And
oh my gosh. So now guys have come to a point where they've been so deprived of female attention or compatibility that they're willing to put their whole reason for being a man aside just to get some anything. Bingo. Right?
You got it. Yep. Hit the nail on the head. That's exactly right. And it's sad. Yeah. Ragnar says on this show, you should. Yes. You're being vulnerable, Karen. Be proud and critic. I don't know what, but definitely be proud. In fact, always be you. Always be you. There's no one you will ever be better than you.
Yeah.
Everybody already
that's
taken.
Sweet. That's so sweet. Thank you.
And it's unquestionably, it's going to be tougher in life to stand on your values, whether we're talking about dating. Most of the time on this channel we're getting more into culture and politics and stuff. But in any case, whatever it is, if you are willing to stand on your principles, then eventually you will be rewarded for it. Does that mean that you're going to find, a slam and 10 who's going to this, that? No, not necessarily. But you will live a life that you are proud of. And when you're on your deathbed, however that plays out, as long as you are sticking to your principles, it is impossible that you will not be happy with how your life has turned out.
Mm-hmm. Have you heard that song from Frank Sinatra? It's called My Way.
I've heard it. I don't remember the lyrics off the top of my head.
Yeah, but basically it goes into he did everything his way, with no regrets. And I get confused by the song because I'm like, okay, well, did he do it with principle or did he do it F you and I just did whatever I wanted and had a good time,
Well, let's take a look at the lyrics. What's the
tell me your perspective on that.
Which song is it again?
My Way by Frank Sinatra.
All right, so let's see here. We got the lyrics. Says, and now the end is here. I don't know the
yeah, that sounds pretty accurate.
And so I face the final curtain. My friend, I'll make it clear. I'll state my case, of which I'm certain. I've lived a life that's full. I traveled each and every highway and more, much more. I did it my way. Regrets, I've had a few, but then again, too few to mention. I did what I had to do. I saw it through without exemption. I planned and chartered each chartered course, each careful step along the byway, and more, much more. I did it my way. Yes, there were times, I'm sure you knew, when I bit off more than I could chew. But through it all, when there was a doubt, I ate it up and spit it out. I faced it all and stood tall and did it my way. For what is a man? What has he got? If not for himself, then he has not. not to say the things he truly feels and not the words of someone who kneels. Let the record show I took all the blows and I did it my way. Yo, fucking bars. Fucking bars. Shout out to Frank Sinatra and shout out to K-Ram. That might be my new anthem. That might be my new anthem.
So you're thinking that's a good thing, right?
Yeah, I love that. Okay. And so you're asking, is he doing this, doing it my way? To me, he's saying, it's kind of what I was saying before. It hasn't always been perfect. Not everything's worked out the way that I wanted it to. But this is the way that I live. I'm going to live this way. I'm going to do it my way. And so as long as I do it my way, again, this line popped out at me. Regrets, I've had a few, but then again, too few to mention. Too few to mention. That's a brilliant line. Nobody is without regrets. I've had a few, but then again, too few to mention. I mean, that's the life of a man, is that you have to pick a path. And it's in today's world, it's more men than women because you're allowed to have your hoe phase, and then nothing matters. Hoe Math has a great video about that. But for men, it's just once you reach that age of even like teenager. You have to, you're only as good as what you do, what you provide, what you, and what you can give. And so however you get there is not as important as you getting there. And so if you, I'm at 69 saying it's about forging your own path and doing it my way. So I think, I think that it's maybe, so you were asking if he was, maybe not so happy about having to do it. Yes, there is a little bit of like, I've been through some shit and I wish it would have been a nicer, easier life, but it is what it is. This is life. And that's how it goes, whether you like it or not,
And I guess everyone has their different version of my way. And that's why.
Exactly. Yeah.
So definitely be proud of who you are for sure. And that's the thing. I don't think a lot of women these days can say that they're proud of who they are. So they just they're so like hurt people. So that's why that comment about the girl, like, I just want to hurt somebody to hurt them.
Yeah. Crazy.
That happened to her probably. Yeah.
Crazy. So we have Stephanie Miller, another married lady in the chat saying, K-Ram, you said you've been married for 12 years. How did you meet? And how long did you date before you got married? Good question.
Oh, yeah. Okay. So we met at Walmart, really. I was just walking outside shopping and he was like sitting on the bench and I just saw him and I don't know, there was just this instant pull and I never go up to people to like talk to them ever, but I just did.
So you shot your shot.
Yeah, I guess
that's what there we go.
Now.
Breaking them gender roles.
We just like hung out all night until the sun, like after he got off work because he was working there, and we hung out all night till the sun went up. And then he said he just got out of a relationship. So I was like, oh my gosh, I don't want to be somebody's rebound. Like that's just not me. So I didn't call him.
Made that mistake before.
Yeah, right. So like I am not. Like, I'll let it marinate. If he really wants to, like, talk to me, we'll see. But I'm going to give him some months. And then I reached out to him again in, like, 2 months. And he was like, why did you just blow me off? But I didn't. I just didn't know if he was, like, emotionally available at the time. But I guess he was. But I wanted him to be sure.
Apparently. And then, so how long did you guys date before you got married?
Oh, yeah. It was, like, 1.5 years, 2 years.
Nice. That sounds like that always seemed to be like the sweet spot, because it's one of the, obviously I'm not married, but it seemed to be one of those things like when you know, like when I've been in long-term relationships before, it was like, oh yeah, I'm about her, and like I mean I've only been in 2 long-term relationships, but they were each 3 years. They were each pretty serious, so yeah, that 1.5 years, like. If you're engaged, like there's that movie, The 5-Year Engagement. It's like, unless there's like stuff happening in life, like, oh, we got to move this around. Like If you're together 5 years, then after a certain age, it's like, all right, what are we doing here? What are we doing?
Yeah,
here?
yeah, you could be in like a super like an 8 year long engagement and be begging the guy, and then they still don't know, and then but then it's like you could get married and then they know they don't want to be with you too, and
Right.
then you have a
Right.
divorce on your hands. So
Right. And that
I
as
don't
opposed
know.
to breaking up with the guy that you want to marry who won't marry you so that you can find the guy who will marry you instead of going through the marriage and the divorce and then having to find another guy.
Oh yeah. Yeah, no.
So Stephanie asks, was dating as hard as it seems to be now when you met him? So obviously you haven't dated in 2023, but based on what you see from your married perspective, would you think that dating, him dating? Well, let's put it this way: would it be?
Quality of dating is lower because now.
Oh yeah.
Before you didn't have all those extra things. So now like hearing from like my cousins who are on Tinder and things, they're like, oh, he still has his profile up and we're dating, and they constantly are checking the profile, see
Yep.
if they took it down. And I'm like, oh my God, that is too much. Like I
It
can't.
is absolutely too much. It is 1,000% too much. And so men and women alike, I mean, obviously more men because women, again, going back to the roster, but a lot of men are just saying, I'm good. I'm done with this. You know what? I'm just going to do what I'm going to do beyond my purpose. I'm going to start a YouTube channel. I'm going to start building cars. I'm going to be a dog trainer. I'm going to do whatever it is I'm going to do. And I'm going to build my shit. And if she's down for what I'm doing, she can come along.
Oh yeah, that's the best way. That's the best perspective. Like invest in yourself, and whatever will be, and they'll be
Hell
down
yeah.
to support you in that journey.
Hell yeah. Well, I'm about to take down this show, but it was a pleasure hanging out with you. Do you have any social media or YouTube that you'd like to shout out and let the people know about? The floor is yours.
Oh, that's nice. I have nothing. Just
Nothing.
organically me. I even just made this email like probably a month ago. I don't know. So,
All right, no problem. No problem. Well, you should definitely join our Discord server. I just put a link in the chat there. We do have most of it is for members, but we do have a free chat channel where we get into conversations like this all the time, and I'd love to see you there. So thank you so much for coming up and having this conversation. I think it's really cool to be able to have a discussion with somebody who is not really 100% familiar with where I'm coming from. I think we had fun.
Yeah, thank you for having me. It was a pleasure. So
You are very welcome. You have a great night.
yeah, you guys as well. Bye.
Take care. All right. So I think, I think we get the point of what Shuan had was saying. But it's odd how I didn't, number one, I didn't plan for us to even go to the Shuan Head video. Remember, the initial poll was for you guys to decide which video is first. So we could have gone a million different ways, but this is what I love about this. Thank you, brother. Thank you. Cheers to all of you guys. But this is where I want to start taking the channel in a direction of like, let's just talk kind of what we do in Discord, but maybe a little bit more structured and maybe have a little bit more of a point, but foster these conversations so that when you guys are out at other places talking to other people, that this message spreads. I think it's a good message, guys. I think it's a good message. Let's see what I missed in the chat here. So yeah, this was the first time I'd seen K-Ram. Thank you again for joining if you're still watching. Yeah, I like Sinatra in general. When I was second stream in a row, I'm talking about when I worked at Carrabba's, they had just like the music that they would play was all Frank Sinatra. So I got familiar with a lot of their music. I just didn't know which song was which. MA said, want to know the Rat Pack got up to in the hidden basements of Palm Springs hotels? Their way was a bit disturbing. Good. Month 69 said, my husband and I dated for 3 years before we got married. Yeah, right in that, 1 to 3. That seems to be the sweet spot. Stephanie Miller says, I was with my ex for 17 years, then with Scott for the last 12 years. So I have no clue when it got ridiculous. Probably right in that 10. Okay. So, yeah, right in that 10 years ago. Really. Hey, shout out to DJ Isolated. Welcome to the party. Even as we are closing down the message is that as long as we stick to our principles, we are talking about our principles, we stand on those principles, then things will go well. So in this case, we were talking in the context of dating, but typically we're talking about in the context of culture and politics. Is that the reason that we're in such a world of shit is 2 main things: dogmatic thinking, whether you believe that there's a man in the sky, or you believe that a man can transform into a female, and you're not willing to question those, then that's dogmatic thinking. That's an impasse for those 2 sides. Second is semantic obfuscation, taking words that already have a meaning and inorganically changing them. Language changes over time, but the way that we've used Nazi, for example, a Nazi used to be somebody who was a Nazi, and now it's just anybody who disagrees with you. So if we can get those 2 under control, just those 2 things, then we will have a much, much, much better society, a better world. I've had some people on. I was just talking about, Peter Boghossian was on. I had Ian Crossland from Timcast on, trying to hey guys, poke a hole in what I'm saying here. And they couldn't. And I was like, all right, I think I'm onto something here. So I want that to spread. Welcome to the party, though. Good to see you. Ragnar said, do I like Slipknot Snuff? I don't know if the Snuff part is a song by them or an album. Slipknot was a little mainstream new metal-y for me. I was more into hardcore breakdowns and like Bury Your Dead and stuff like that. CT said Sinatra would be rolling his grave if he saw what is happening now. Oh yeah. I8 said, I'd imagine someone else wrote the song too, now that you mention it. Could be. 169 said it got nuts when social media became people's entire universe.
Bingo!
Yep. I8 said, one of my favorite mechanisms of chat is the timeout. It's way better than getting an instant ban from some hidden mod. Well, hey, we are a free speech platform, so as long as you're not attacking people in my chat or, you can attack me, but keep it not so bad. As long as you're not being a dick and disrupting the show and you're not attacking the other people in the chat, you can say whatever the fuck you want. Well, I can't play it on YouTube. I don't know about how it goes on Twitch, but that don't work. But you can join the Indian Jesus Discord server where we are headed right now for the after party, and we can definitely play whatever the fuck we want in there. But before we do that, I need to give a big shout out, a number of big shout outs. First, we gotta shout out Zippy to Strange with a comment of the night. Damn, women already talking shit about height in reference to David. Cheers to that. Well, this is empty. We got a little drink, so I'm gonna do this for all of you together. Shout out to Guam Tech for the $5 super chat. And of course, we gotta say thank you to the sponsor of the stream, Basil, the Pumpin' Seagull. Thank you so much, each and every one of you guys, for hanging out, for being here, for being part of the conversation, K-Ram for being part of the show, M169 for being part of the show. You guys, this is what I'm thankful for. I am grateful for this. I built this. And you guys actually came. And we are continuing to grow. And we will continue to grow. So if you like what I'm doing here and you haven't already subscribed, I don't know what the fuck you're doing, but jump on board. Join the Discord. If you don't want to become a member, that's totally cool. Join the free chat channel. See what's good. It's free. You're never going to get kicked out of the free channel. And then maybe you'll be like, I like this. I'm going to join more. Or maybe you're like, I'm good with the free. Either way, join up. There's so many people, so many awesome people. We're constantly having conversations. We're constantly challenging each other. And, you know, was it I talking about, you know, getting mods and this and bands and that and that. We don't play that. We don't play that. We want to hear your most crazy and offensive things that you have to say if you actually care about them. That is how it's supposed to work. That's how it's supposed to work. And we can do that. We are doing this. You're right. We built this. You're right. Cheers to you guys. Cheers to you guys. Because you're goddamn right, Ragnar. I could not do this by myself. They sure as shit. You know, when you start, you obviously got to sit down and talk to nobody. But after, you know, I don't know, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 streams, if nobody showed up, I'd be like, fuck this shit. So thank you. And this is exactly what I mean. Exactly what I mean. Calling me out. And you're right. You're right. You're right. This is ours. This is ours. And so I want to thank you guys for just being part of it. I really hope you'll join and become more of this. But even if it's just this one video, even if you're in the replay gang and you're just catching this and you're just throwing this on while you're doing some laundry or something, hey, that means something to me. So thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And once again, you know, I when you guys, you know, with that's just coming and hanging out. When you guys actually give me your hard-earned money, that's a whole other different thing. And thank you guys. I know you don't like when I get gushy, but it's Thanksgiving, all right? It's after midnight in Jersey, so it's Thanksgiving, so I can get mushy. And I am thankful for each and every one of you. Each and every one of you. Never seen Ragnar before, but I am grateful that you're here. Never seen I8 before, grateful that you're here. Never even seen K-Ram before, and she comes up and she has a great part of the show. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. I am grateful for you. Those of you who I will not see in the after party, enjoy your Thanksgiving and say I love you to your family. You never know. You know what I mean? And for the rest of you, I will see you in the after party. We are headed there right now. Once again, I have been your host, Lutch, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Until next time, guys, I am out of here. Peace.